Can you hear me? Hello. Epic and fitting. I've been listening to it on repeat for the
What
past.
did you do wrong? Why do you have 100 subscribers?
Gordon is just being so full of shit with me. As my guys,
Oh my God.
shut up. Look at me, making me blush.
Why?
Because you're being ugly. So Gordon was my 1,000th subscriber. He was the last one.
500 of us.
Hey?
500 of us.
He's 500 of my subscribers. Yes. Sorry, Andrew. I'm sure there's a couple Nikos. Either way, I'm at 1,000 subscribers, everybody. Thank you very, very much for sticking around. And we'll stay it. Okay, listen, even if they disappear in the next few days, it's fine, okay? We were at 1,000, okay? We made it. I've got the screenshot. I'll put it on a t-shirt and then we're done. Scott, welcome to the colony. Scott McLean. See, I don't know if that was, it's well done, Stream Elements, for letting me know. I don't know if this is on Twitch. Let's check it out. No, I don't know. But anyway, don't forget the Patricks. Yes, there's so many Patricks. He doesn't come by that much, but that much anymore on Tuesdays, but on Thursdays we got him. Yes, so thank you all the Patricks. 1,000 there. Yes, I've got the screenshot, guys. It's done. It's absolutely done. And as I said, I did say to some people, I was like, ooh, have I caught the same bots that Warren caught? Or is it just literally Warren's support? Because he shouted it me out, and that's freaking awesome. Hello. And there've been quite a lot of lovely comments coming in from people that have come over from him. So I really appreciate you giving me a try and trusting him with his recommendation. I will try to make it worth your while. I am trying, I promise. And also to celebrate support bots. You shouldn't stream at the same time as Chud Logic. I think Chud Logic should not stream at the same time as me. Thank you, Vinvint. But also, so you guys know, the old people, you know, can you show us your arm tattoos? Here they are. Okay. And Lemons, hi. I don't, how many times do I have to like try? I always, I need to do a nice photo shoot of them. They're by Fallen Heroes. Man, I wish, what's the name? I wish I could get my tattoo guy to just come and live here. Anyway, I was just about to watch this video on Secret Scholar's channel after watching his video where he mentioned you, and I'm here now. Yay! Thank you so much, Berkeley, for coming along. Thank you for subscribing. and would never have guessed you were a tattoo person. I guess my camera was always up here when I was gaming, so you just never saw my arms. I've had these for years. And also I think maybe it's you didn't see me do this arm because before I came to Dubai, I did this. I just got all of my tattoos rushed before I came to Dubai. So I had this, and then I was like, oh, we got to do the others before we go to Dubai. So there you go. So anyway, guys, I'm speaking to Lemons over on Twitch. If you're wondering who I'm hallucinating, he's talking about my tattoos. Do they not do they kind of do, but they kind of don't. Okay, so the kind of quality you'll get here is not Fallen Heroes quality, you know. So yeah, a keyboard and tattoo stream. How the hell does that work, Vincent? Oh, what, like just my hands typing, so you can see my tattoos. Tobes, the alarms are not working, but I was getting to this. Tobes, I was getting to this. Okay, Gordon's not here, but this is it. Okay, he said that since I reached 1,000 subscribers, and it really didn't matter whether I reached it 1,000 subscribers or not, he is tired of his gaming PC that he's had for a week. You know what that means? Do you know what that means? Let's see if you put it together. Let's put some critical thinking together. What happens to the gaming PC if Gordon is no longer interested in it? He's enjoying his console more. I get the gaming PC. Thank you very much, Lemons. Free PC. Gordon farts on it. Well, that's already happened. It's not listen, it's not a free PC. It's definitely not. But he's donated it to a not really hungry African child. Just me. He's donated it to me. So the reason that I brought that up after Tobes did this is because then I can use with a better computer. You know what I can do? I can use a virtual camera, and with a virtual camera, I can use my alerts without my computer dying. So yes, there we go. That I don't know when we'll have that set up. Probably by next week, Tuesday. Might not be by tomorrow. Tomorrow. I don't think it'll be in time for Thinkers, but either way, next stream. Yeah. Now I need to get a VTuber model. Relax. Okay, so guys, yay, thank you to Gordon. Although we were gonna get another one. Eventually. It was just that worst case scenario, he wasn't interested in it, and he's not interested in it. And I don't know if I believe him, but it's not as if he won't be able to play it whenever he wants to. So maybe he just wants it out of his room, out of the desk, out of the his corner. So anyway, so no more scuff ever then. Oh, hold on here, Greg. Let's relax, okay? I might have better equipment, but the person who is operating it is still me. There will be scuff forevermore. Maybe it'll be even worse because there's too much going on. I just told him about the computer. So now you can't keep no takesies backsies. What?
I just put it on the business.
You little shit. No, you didn't. I didn't. I'm not eating it. He got me a Cinnabon and a computer. Anyway, so guys, that is the happy days. And guess what? Considering we've got a bunch of new eyeballs on us today or coming forward because of the lovely shout out that Warren gave us, I thought I would carry on doing Warren stuff. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that because there is a wealth of diagramming to be done. I was going to do the Elon Musk thing discussion, but then this one with the lawyer, there were just so many questions to ask about it, so much of topic, so much of let's talk about it. So I settled on this one, even though I had, as I said before, prepared for the Elon Musk discussion. So And again, so I've somewhat prepared as much as kind of for this. So yes, I've kind of prepared this transcript. Thankfully, he put the full debate on. Okay, so he did the really full unedited on X, but then he did also put the about 20 minutes of this conversation onto YouTube, where I took the transcript, and now the transcript is in here. I'll show you on the left-hand side. I'll just put it like this. This is the whole transcript, which I prepared, which is it's very chunky. You can see the lawyer speaks a lot. Basically, there's no punctuation in it, so it isn't as prepared as it could be. But hey, anyway, so there's the transcript. But what we will be doing is moving it about and doing stuff with it. So that's what I'm hoping will make it a little bit easier. We'll see how this goes. So some of the lots of the new people are like, oh, that's a really great idea to do debate diagrams and stuff. I really appreciate that you think it's a great idea. I really love doing it, and I have no doubt that other people could execute it better than I do. But either way, I really appreciate you coming by and trying it out with me while I do it. So, yeah, hopefully we get into even more of a groove of this. Anyway, so what are we going to do? She's not wearing the same shirt as before. I wear this shirt all the time. Anyway, do the ads for 5 minutes while you talk. Thanks, Nobor. So we're going to get going. Yes, intro done, basically. We're sticking with the Warren content. It's really awesome. And guess what, guys? The shout out that Warren gave me was it was during his feedback of his whole subscriber debacle. That's why I was like, did I just catch the virus that he had, the virus of support? But it looks like he's really, really well over that shenanigans, because he is on 40-something thousand subscribers. And remember, but a week ago, we were talking about him losing 100 subscribers. He was on 29. He was on 30,000 subscribers, and then he lost 100 subscribers while I was talking. So, yeah, he's overcome it. We will see when I put the video here. You'll see his sub count now, and it is whoopsie. This one, yeah. It is 43.5K boys and girls. So he is really on his way. So really happy for him, and he's gotten more and more support, and he's doing lots of things over on X. Speaking of which, I don't know if X messages come through here, but we are live on X as well. So, snooze the ads. You snooze the ads by going over to YouTube. Okay. Cool. So I guess we can get going. Let me give you a little brief overview of what this video is if you haven't seen it. It's a discussion that Warren has had with a lawyer about affirmative action. Remember there was that High Court ruling, Supreme Court, whatever. I don't know what you guys call it. I'm not American. Nobor. There we go. Nobor showing us that the X chat is working. Thank you very much, Nobor. Guys, I know his name is Nobro, but his name is Nobor to me, and that's the end of it. So, thank you for that. Anyway, yeah, this video is just a discussion about that. He does tag it as a debate and things like that, but he's just asking him questions. So that's why I called it look, they're all under debate diagrams in the playlist, and the original video is in the debate playlist. But I did call it a discussion because it's just extracting this guy's opinions of. It wasn't Roe v. Wade, although he does mention it. It was about the affirmative action in college admissions. My name is Blaine. Listen, Your name is not Blaine. We've already got another Blaine. No, you're the first Blaine that came around. Found you through Warren. Hope your channel grows. I want to learn how debate works. Listen, I don't really know how it works either. So we are going to learn together, Duck. Thank you, Duck. And I hope you find it interesting enough to stick around. I think what we will do one day, with the thousands of other ideas that are sprout on this channel, is we will just go through, like, make study notes of the different argument types and debate tactics and things like that. Might as well do that, because that's what it's about. It'll be a fun, I think I just like study notes. I like making study notes, so we'll do that. No bore is fine. No bore is the only thing I will call you. No, I'm kidding. I like the name Blaine. We've got another Blaine. Blaine people are awesome people. So, yeah. Let's get going. Let me try and write down a time. Yeah, 16. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, so the difference between this video that you put on X is like about 6 minutes. There's 6 minutes extra in the beginning here that we'll watch, and that's why you will see on the transcript. It's just study notes version from me. So let's go over here. Actually, let's put your face smaller, Chintzia. Thank you. We don't need this. Okay. This is not very HD over here. Xmind link. It is in the. It should be at the bottom in the description, Nico. But here we go. I'll get it and put it here on the internet can view. I'll put it in the chat. There you go. Okay. Cool. So you'll see also what I have done. I did put an unmapped transcript version over here. Just whatever. Oh, look at all of you. I did just put the unmapped version of it just to see whether the software would work it out. And look what the software did. This is the whole conversation in timeline view. But yeah, this is how I'm gonna use this one and move this stuff about. Let's see how this goes. Everybody who has been here from the beginning knows that I've tried to change this method several times. I've changed program many times, but Xmind is the one that makes it the most neat and tidy. I haven't used Xmind AI yet because it might be smarter than me, and it absolutely is smarter than me. So I don't want to do that yet. Okay, I need to try and learn for myself. Dexy subscribed. Welcome to the colony. Thank you very much for the subscription. I think, yeah, just welcome and sit around. Let's do it. Okay, I think I should turn off the viewers numbers so that I can actually just calm my shit down and remember to breathe. Okay. So yes, here is the first bit. Can you hear me? Let's see how hear me. You can hear me. How's the audio going?
Another question for you. I received an email from my college recently about the Supreme Court ruling. I haven't looked into this too much about the.
I know it seems a bit low, but that's basically that is. Look, it seems low to me. I don't know what it's like for you guys. So yeah, he starts talking to this lawyer about the Supreme Court ruling that you can't. Thanks, Cameron. That you can't use race as a determining factor, whatever. So,
role of race in college.
I'll change to the YouTube once he's done with this part.
Oh yeah.
Do you know about that hearing? What was that?
Yeah, I listened to that.
So can you give us some?
Well, they ultimately came down.
So you see, this is where we are here. They ultimately came down. Look, I don't know how I'm gonna have to. This guy talks in chunks. Okay, he talks like me but smart, and I'm gonna have to just put spaces in between. I don't think I'll put them into different blocks unless they're different ideas. But yeah, this is just so that I'm not copy pasting from the video. Usually I'm copying and pasting from the YouTube transcript. Now I'll put the transcript in here and I'm moving stuff around. Maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll help. Otherwise, just a reminder that this is live diagramming. So there's a lot of times where I'm literally just changing the color of things. The original idea was indeed to make summary videos afterwards, but ain't nobody got time for that. Okay? One day we'll make time. I've been saying that for about a year.
Against the use of race in college admissions. So the question of whether race could be considered.
So it explains this whole thing about maybe I should put this on extra speed. He breaks this down into this college admissions, whether you should use this for race in college admissions. He breaks it down to what the court was doing. This is the part that wasn't part of the YouTube cut, basically.
Considered has sort of gone through various returns to the court, and each time the court has kind of said, well, not quite yet. We can't quite yet. So just briefly, like affirmative action puts a hand on the scale in favor of minority and diversity applicants. I don't know women anymore. Women are like 70% of college graduates now. Did you know that? That's crazy.
Okay, so like there's a lot. This guy puts a lot of information in a lot of the time. So to pick out little arguments is a bit difficult, but that seems to be a problem with a lot of lawyers doing stuff. Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you very much. We have gotten, because of the shout out, we have gotten to 1,000 subscribers. So I'm very, very, very happy today. Thank you for being here all the way from back then, you know. Okay. And thank you for sticking around. Really appreciate it. Okay, so going back, he's going to carry on.
Really? Oh, yeah, because you're a lot younger than I am.
I went to college, and most of the students were female.
Most of the students were female. So I don't know if that would still be like a diversity thing that the colleges were looking at, but for a time it was. And there's a question about that because it's subject to what's called strict scrutiny. So the Supreme Court, when it's examining the constitutionality of an issue, looks at the question through three kind of lenses. So the rational basis refers to matters that don't necessarily impact a fundamental right. Like,
okay, so this is the most important thing, is that eventually he brings out the rational basis versus the strict scrutiny. That's what he separates this stuff into. So if we're gonna, let's make his whole lawyer man is purple, and teacher Warren, as I have decided we call him, is blue. So if we're going to summarize his stuff, let us go and break him together. K came down against college admissions. Let's bring that, let's cut it out. Paste, copy, start, paste down. Okay, the question of whether race can be considered has gone through reruns at the court. So, I mean, I didn't know that they have actually periodically looked at this. So thank you for that. And then it's come down to not quite yet. Most students, and then he starts talking about, he basically has some fragmented offshoots here. This is why this is actually one of the things I was thinking about. Maybe structured debate is one way that we do at least just get arguments. Because we get the arguments, it's a lot more, it can be a lot more interesting. Whereas in conversation, we do tend to get tangents. And that's not to say tangents are always bad and people who do them are wrong. Like, no, that's a conversation. That's how we work. It's just structured debate. We always trying to go for each other's jugular. So maybe that helps us stay off tangents. And some people do. We do know that some people in debates get on tangents. Sargon of Akkad. So, okay, let's go. So scrutiny with fundamental rights. Like, this is the first 5 minutes we're going to be on Twitter mostly. Gosh. Okay, so the rational basis. Okay, the rational basis is when matters that don't impact on a fundamental right, they don't necessarily impact. I never go on a tangent. Me? Never. I am always on point. For a very long time, I wanted governing bodies to have a structured debate about policies online instead of just debating in the halls of Congress. Do they properly, I mean, how are the debates in Congress? Never sidetrack, never, ever, ever. Not even, and you know, chat never gets me off track. Not good. It would be interesting if you could give me a suggestion of, is there some debate we should cover in Congress or something that we can actually diagram it that way? I don't know. It would be interesting to see. I'm not American, but any government debate would be quite, because that is one of them. That's the most important, really, because it's down to the wire, right in the halls of power and whatever, as opposed to you'll think about it. Cool. Appreciate it. Everybody else there, you also think about it, okay? Don't just leave it on Berkeley. Okay. So let's go.
Your right to be treated fairly or equally, under a constitutional amendment. But where those rights are implicated, they use a.
I'm going to try not to pay attention to chat as much, because that is also Cameron's just making me go on tangent. I just want to go and watch the Best of Parliament, UK Parliament, because they just yell at each other. It's great. Okay. Also, court cases would be interesting to diagram, but damn, that would be insane. Not really, but maybe some hearings you could point out which questions are fishing and which ones aren't even questions. Yeah, I suppose we can analyze it. It's analyzed. Yeah, chat is our version signal. Exactly. I'm gonna hide you. I'll hide you. I think. I don't know how to do it. Okay. Anyway, let's go. Play.
A harder level of analysis called strict scrutiny, and
CBR, strict scrutiny.
Try to think of an example for a rational basis as opposed to strict scrutiny. So, for example, gay marriage. All right. Some gay people in Massachusetts want to get married. Should they be allowed to get married? Well, that's a rational basis review, because who gives a shit if some gay people get married? I don't care, right? And why do you care? Say, well, it impacts my marriage, but it doesn't impact your marriage.
Right.
It
Okay, so that kind of makes sense. We've spoken about that. Strict scrutiny when a fundamental right is impacted. For an example, so let's take the example and put it out into the diagram. Okay, so let's do, I think actually what we can do is split this into strict scrutiny and what are they called? Rational basis. So let's get one over here. Holes of power. That is great. Okay, so Jesus cares. Well, yeah, I guess it depends how you ask him. The Supreme Court, examining the constitutionality, looks at the question through 3 lenses. He doesn't say how many the other lenses, but here 2 of them seem to be. Okay. This come. See, Xmind is a good buoy. Look at it go. Okay. 3 lenses, the rational basis. Also, look, I'm glad you guys are here watching it live. It would be, just remember that when I do get time, I'm going to clean it up even more. So give me a couple of days if you want to go back and look at it. Also, join the Discord. On the Discord, I'll eventually put the diagram links there. And usually when I put the diagram link on when I put the diagram links on the Discord, links on the Discord, that's when I've cleaned them up. So there you go. Strict scrutiny when a fundamental right is impacted. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and then I hope Stream Elements replies to you, Lucy. I really do. Okay, then we can do our example, rational basis reviews, effect on actual marriage citizens, rational basis review, marriage better for state. Okay, so they say that's a good thing. You need to teach the Anglos how to say boer. I don't even know how to say it, okay? My husband laughs at me all the time when he hears me try and say it. Okay, equally. Okay, so example. Oopsie. Gay marriage. Oh gosh, I don't know if you guys can see. I did it. Okay. It's the same thing. If someone says, "How do you say burravos?" I don't even say it properly. You heard them at the rally say it. Yes, exactly. They said it right. Did I say it right? I said it very English, I would say. I think the Tunnies would be upset with me. Okay, so strict scrutiny when fundamental rights, blah blah. Marriage better for the state, so that they will think. Basically, what he's saying here is the state says, okay, rationally, will this benefit the state? Yeah, probably. Marriages are good for states. For the state, let's let more people get married. So it passed that form of scrutiny or whatever basis. Okay, so rational basis. But strict scrutiny is, and I think we've heard about this before, but hey, ain't no lawyer over here. You're a white man, so you can eat beef. Okay, so this is his example. His example is about you. He says, okay, somebody says, because you're a cis white male, you've eaten too much meat. Morning, I wish you were here. The meat, what's the name? White people have eaten too much meat, so let's even things out. And what's the name? And white men are no longer allowed to eat red meat. So let's see what happens.
Impacts your religion, but we separate religion in the state. So does the state have a rational basis for allowing gay people to get married? Yeah, you want to, in general, as a state, you want to have more married couples, right? That's better for your tax base. That's better for your property base. Married couples probably own property for longer periods of time, et cetera. There were a litany of reasons in the 2004 Goodrich case, which was the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court case that came out loud. The strict scrutiny, though, is something that says, well, you're a white man, so you're not allowed to eat hamburgers. You've eaten lots of beef, and it's inequitable for white men to eat more beef, considering white men.
You can see how I transcribed him, because I was just like, here's the main ideas. Strict scrutiny says you're a white man, so you can't eat beef because, well, not says. Okay, so strict scrutiny example. You're a white man, so you can't eat beef because white men have eaten a lot of meat. In that case, the court looks closely. Strict scrutiny. Instead of why not? Okay, let's see.
Or consumption or whatever bullshit. In that case, the Supreme Court looks more closely at the question, and instead of saying sort of, well, why not? They say, why is this important? Why does this matter?
Okay, there you go. Instead of why not, they say, why is this important? Okay, why does this matter? Oh, does the other link expire? Oh, this one you just made one. Okay, Cameron. Boop beep. Very good. Now Disney's gonna come after you. You also use the bad words. Oopsie. Okay, whatever. With that spacing, it's irritating me. Thank you. Okay. Example. Why does this matter? Cool. What's next? Okay, so then he goes, this is the basis for all of this explanation, because lawyer, we have questions of race are strict scrutiny, right? Oh gosh, there you go. I actually don't even need the you guys don't need the, we actually don't need the video here on here at the moment. I'll just put it on the screen so you guys can get a full diagram view. Okay. Okay, questions of race are strict scrutiny. So he's explained to us this whole thing for affirmative action, most females. So this is like an offshoot thing. Why do they never test the same logic on other races or reverse races to see if it's fair? Because of the context, the historical context. Boom, they knock it out the park where they go, it's the historical context. Boom. White people haven't been as systemically oppressed as black people, therefore they are not this. Reversing the races is not the same. But we'll get to that. That is true, because the point that Warren comes to at the end is like, but it's still treating people racist and people differently according to their race, which is racism. Exactly. Power plus prejudice equals racism. Exactly. Start. You have to have power first. It's not just prejudice. The way back in my day when we was in school, if you just had a prejudice against a person because of the color of the skin, that was racism. Didn't need no power about it, but okay. It's like, oh, there's something about their skin or whatever that makes them inferior. Anyway. Questions of race equals strict scrutiny. It's fair to deprive a citizen of their fundamental rights in the name of affirmative. So this is the question. So that they apply strict scrutiny. So apparently they applied strictest scrutiny, and boom, it passed. It didn't pass. They said no, this is not constitutional. That was what made a big frenzy a couple months ago. Or a month ago. I don't know. Time? What is that? Is it fair to deprive a citizen of fundamental rights in the name of affirmative action? So here in the 60s and 70s, he explains in the 60s and 70s.
So, when it comes to questions of race, usually you would apply strict scrutiny to that. You would say, is it fair to deprive a citizen of their fundamental rights in the name of affirmative action? So you can see, in the 60s and the 70s, why... Yeah, it did survive strict scrutiny analysis, because at that time there was a long history of racism that had to be addressed. And this is the analysis of the court that I'm trying to.
Oh, I'm going to note something here.
But as time,
you notice that he has to say this is the analysis of the court that I'm paraphrasing, because he has to remove himself from the court. He can't take on exactly what the court said in case somebody is going to criticize him. Not that we know who he is, but if he suddenly gets doxxed or whatever, as the lawyer that was talking, oh, that's bad. So yeah, in the 60s, oopsie, hold on. Okay, so that did survive strict analysis, which is the same as strict scrutiny, because of long history of racism that had to be addressed. Cool, that makes sense, because it was like, look, because it was right after there were actual laws that were oppressing, that they were actually systemic, written down. No, you cannot. Laws. Okay, so they were like, well, we need to put it into the affirmative. It's what's called affirmative action, etc. Okay, so that's why it passed strict scrutiny. Then I just want to note here the fact that he says this is the analysis of the court that I'm trying to paraphrase. Just going to put that here. And then I'm going to put my little commentary in. Oh yeah, I do also add some commentary sometimes, just stuff that I said in the video that I didn't put into the diagram. So what do I want to say here? Has to remove self from court in case someone labels him. Okay. It also might be a bit of lawyering, but no matter what the reason is, he's removing himself from it. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the point is. Yeah, he's just that there is a bit of, I need to specifically point is that what that, I think that is what that statement does. Trying to paraphrase, like he had that thought. He had to go into, whoop, by the way, this is the, and I'm not judging him from it. I'm just noting it. Okay. I'm just saying that is it. He did a thing. Look at the human. Very interesting. So, but as time went by, they revisited as time went by, the court revisited its case, the case of Michigan. So now there, I'm just like, I don't think he swore or something. So I just
time went by. The court, I think it revisited it in a case called Michigan, related to the University of Michigan, that dealt with
again like lawyers, man. In this case over here that they called, and you know what? It's their job. Okay, it's just it makes me laugh because I'm like, okay, I'll write that down, but I don't know what it means. But I can go and look it up, I suppose. But
university admissions, and it said, well, we don't know if the time is exactly right yet to vacate the right of colleges and universities to admit students based on diversity, but we're probably close to that point. And there's been a sort of escalating sense from the court, not just this current conservative iteration of the court, but the court going back, all those 60 years or whatever it is, to kind of say, look, like, this isn't going to last forever. We're not going to just let you keep doing this.
That is one thing as well. I do when it comes to say reparations as well. One of the interesting things I always want to ask is, when is it paid up? Because it seems like there is no amount that can ever be paid that would ever suffice morally. You can't put a number on it. And I guess that's convenient. I know somebody will say that that's convenient. What's convenient? You can't put a number on it, so you won't pay it. It's like, no, really, there is no number. So if we were going to go and start doing affirmative action, when would it end? There would always be a faction that is saying, it's not over yet. I'm not paid up yet. We're not even. And once it's even, when do we get to say it's even? Is that ever a thing? Is there going to be, if we take to our logical conclusion, is there ever going to be a time where we go, okay, cool, it's even now? So it is a good thing to have the court saying, you can't do this forever. That is what you want your court to be doing. To be saying, okay, well, look, it was corrective, but okay, eventually, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So now, and eventually also we need to ask ourselves, as this conversation goes along, it is something that kind of comes up. Are we perpetuating it? What are we doing? Are we trying to fix it in the wrong way? Anyway. So give it until it's even. No amount to pay. Yeah, that's it. But I'm sure there's people out there be like, you know what? And they look at their debts and they're just like, okay, give the exact debt number, and they're like, that'll be fine. And they would be okay, and maybe they would just go on with their lives after that. I don't know. The principal remains unpaid. That is a very good, a very epic, poignant way to say it, because the principal cannot be paid. It cannot be repaid. It can't. Well, some people would expect it to, that we can. If we just go and reverse things, that will be fine. Revenge will be perfectly great. Anyway, when we visit the case of Indians, so I like this escalating sense. This isn't going to last from the court. Let me say that, from the court. To last forever. This can't be done in perpetuity. Okay, so he did then, and again, I think he does it again. He finishes this explanation, and then he does again, I disagree with this current iteration of the court. So he's saying he doesn't like the conservative iteration of this court. Again, not American, don't get your court system, whatever. But yeah.
Perpetuity. So I disagree with a number of the things that the current iteration of the court has done, but
What do you disagree with?
I do want to actually put in, so basically, for the commentary, when is it even? And then we will do grays. Is it grape to pay or grape to pay? Okay. You know, I don't want to miss identify him. No amount of money. How do you like the sound of my keyboard, Katru? This is my other keyboard, my bright one. It's very clickety clackety. It makes me feel like I'm doing the hate speeches online when I clickety clack on this one. No amount of money. Oh, I'm doing Cameron's one at the same time. Amounts of money can no. We are only paying the principal of the thing. Paying the interest. But the point, the principal remains unpaid. And then I would go further to say principal is unpayable. Sort of, well. And yeah, also in terms of war and what, then we just mutual discriminate. You know, one of the people that actually did go through that argument was Vouch with it was an earlier debate that we went through. We never finished it, but Vouch got through to say, well, what do you want as a solution to the inequality that you're talking about, this power plus? Do we just kill the white people? Is that how we do it? And then she kind of just says, well, you know, it's what the each country says they're going to do with it. So she kind of allows for genocide. She's okay with that. But anyway, that's a different story. That's a different debate. But we are, it's related. It's not that tangential, Chinsia. Not that bad. Okay, copy style. Let's just get all of these. Look at the lawyerness. And then okay, clickety clack means accomplishment. It means writing. I think reparations make sense in Canada to those people who directly went through residential schools and internment camps and need help getting back on their feet. Social recompense. Well, yeah, is it measurable that it's done, that is then rectified? And if you go and mess up, you've given what you need, and then you go and mess up based on that, do you get to go back and ask for it again? That's what I'm asking. Because that's the thing. It's like, do we give people one chance, or I don't know, the administration of it all? That's why I'm not president of anything. I've just conceded. Okay, cool. So he says, he again, this isn't going to last. This can't be done. Oh shit, where's the disagreement stuff? There we go, this thing. Sorry, that's not a commentary. Copy style. Okay, I disagree with the number of things that. So again, I'm just going to put a relation line over here, relationship line, to just be like, oh yeah, look at him doing it again. He's removing himself from it as well. Okay, cool. So here we go.
I don't agree with the abortion ruling for one thing. I mean that the Roe v. Wade was famously affirmed in a case called.
Okay, so what do you disagree with? So, because you did say I disagree, so I'm gonna say let's do this intro. Is that the intro will be this whole discussion, and then into here we will do what do you disagree with. Thank you, Xmind, for being able to click and drag things. Okay, what do you disagree with, Warren? I don't agree with the abortion ruling. That's good. Oh, yeah, the one time we did agree with our horse eggs. Also, Vash did not ruin my horse riding experience on Sunday. Thank you very much. I had absolutely fuck all on my mind with regard to that. That I was just having a great time. You know that the tattoos, the name is Jadzia's surname Dax? Stop it! Yeah. And you can't derail with the Star Trek reference because I won't get it, but I'm sure others will. Listen, we've been people in chat have been arguing about cheese and the moon and things like that. So while I've been trying to, solve the world's problems. So you can go off with your Star Trek. Okay. Continue, Chinsia.
Called Planned Parenthood v. Casey. And
so I don't agree with the abortion ruling. Roe v. Wade was famously affirmed in Planned Parenthood. So that I tried. Look how I transcribed this.
Sandra J. O'Connor in a case. I don't agree with the abortion ruling for one thing. I mean that the Roe v. Wade was famously affirmed in a case called Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and Sandra J. O'Connor wrote the majority opinion, and she said, jurisprudence finds no comfort in a jurisprudence of doubt, essentially saying this is the law, fucking deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they changed it.
Put this way.
And
in regards to affirmative action in college, what part of that?
There we go. So he's like, cool, let's bring it back. No, I don't know if this was the plan, but he did bring it back to, okay, yeah, cool. But we did start talking about the Supreme Court with regard to affirmative action. So let's bring it back here. Okay, so he's like, cool, very cool. But with regards to affirmative action, okay, what do you think of the ruling? And that is where the YouTube video starts. So I'm going to go over to the YouTube one because it's here. And I've put it on very low quality and you can probably hear it. Please don't say my horse riding. And I didn't. I mean, I did, but yeah, they were in the same paragraph, not the same sentence. I don't think. Whatever. We don't need to talk about it. Horse galloping. Stop. Okay, that's you. Now I can have my.
What part of that ruling?
Okay, how's that volume for you guys? Because we are back on YouTube now.
Well, I mean, that decision.
Also, there's only 357 likes on his video. What the hell is this? Okay, 3.8K views and only 357 likes. People are stingy with their likes. Get the fuck out. Okay, anyway. What we are carrying on. This is where he started. I think we will go actually here into this. In regards, I'll actually put this as YouTube. No, okay, YouTube. Transcription. Affirmative. Okay. Yeah. And whoa, come back. While it might be spaced out nicely, its defaults do go a bit wonky on next month sometimes. Okay. I'm not reading what you guys are talking about in chat. Affirmative action in college, what parts of a ruling do you? So he's trying to say what part of I'll take out the what's and whatever at a later stage. It's all the transcription being accurate and stuff. There's many repeats and yeah. RIP to transcribing that. Okay, let's continue.
Had been presaged by these other decisions that had come down, and they did
Sage, as in it was like shown. It was what foretold. Is my point too controversial, just uninteresting? What is this? Let's go here. Duck, to be fair, certain immigrants that are disproportionately successful in the Western nations are also richer and can afford to immigrate and have advanced college degrees. Okay, wait, I need to go and see what you've said, Duck. Justifying discrimination based on white people benefiting from past discrimination is a very weak argument. Everyone benefits from Western civilization. Look at how well Nigerians do in the USA. Missing the point? Oh, no, I think people are with that moral dilemma there. People are just going to say it is. I suppose it is too controversial because it's saying at any point saying that an African has benefited from Western civilization is racist. So yes, it's too controversial to interact with. But it is pretty solid because you're saying so. If we have to talk about people benefiting from things, we have to take away their benefits. But everybody has benefited on average at the end of the day. And that is very scary to say because that then people will make the emotional argument that you've reduced their suffering down to just the base, or well, on average, everybody's fine now. It's like nobody's trying to say that the past was not atrocious. But yes, that measuring of who has benefited, that all of that just is impractical. So they come back up. I think if Nico or I are arguing against you, we're just streamlining the counter argument. Argue nicely in chat. Radrick row. I don't know why I wanted to say Rutro when I saw this, but Rutro. Thank you for subscribing. Sorry, Duck, with my bad off topic that is keeping her from engaging with chat. Yes, it is, Duck. I would have engaged with your contribution if they weren't talking about freaking Gouda in my Gouda. We say Gouda. Okay, just should I time them out? Just copy the if I have really I say something like this and I'll pick it up. So there we go. Thank you for your contribution, Duck. I really appreciate that. See what I mean about this topic, that it leads on to so many more questions about what we should do. And I know that none of us really have an answer that is boom, that is it. We're done. But what are the alternatives? I'm fragile. Don't be fragile around these people are also contrarians over here. Yes, so yeah, you know what? I'm going to bring back Wrench Wars and we'll take it away. You will wrench away and give it to Doug. Doug. I've decided your name's Doug. Okay. The decision, all wrenches except Lucy are bastards. Well, I'm glad that you know that Lucy is not a bastard. Okay. Back to the fucking diagram. Sheesh, you little shits. These people. Thank you. Okay, you guys are adorable. I love you very much. Stop it.
Didn't rule out absolutely the right to consider race, but they did say
where were we? Sorry.
Rule out, come down, and staged by these other decisions. You know that.
What part of that ruling?
Well, I mean, that decision had been presaged by these.
Presaged. Come. That decision had presaged by these other decisions that had come down. Okay, so that's where he was. That refers to. I'm going to put a little relationship line. That refers to this bit over here. As time went by, the court revisited the case and said this is not going to happen in perpetuity. Okay.
Other decisions that had come down, and they didn't rule out absolutely the right to consider race, but they did say it has to be as a part of a larger story about the student. So I know that.
What do you mean by large?
So he starts saying, I know that and whatever. And I love this because just like, yeah, he could go off, but let's ask a question now. Like it's nice. That's flowery language that can then we can just put it off and say, yeah, the story of the student is then just, we just got to think about it that way. And then we don't actually come down to the logical conclusions or anything like that. So he comes and actually asks the question, what do you mean by larger part of the story for a student? So like, hold on, like being part of a story. I think it said larger, but I don't think he says.
Larger student. So I know that.
Part of a larger story.
A larger part of a story for a student.
So like if you write your college admissions essay and you say.
And when they say larger part, it's part of a larger story. That's the difference. When you say part of a larger story, it means part of a huge context. When you say larger part of a story, that means big. So he did actually, in his mind, Warren did actually frame this subtly. I don't think he noticed it, but it's just from misspeaking that he went, what do you mean a larger part of the story of a student? One of the ways that you can misinterpret is by saying, I'm going to actually just put it in commentary just as a question, like larger. Let's do the phrasing. Okay, larger part of the story for a student, or larger part of the story versus part of the larger story. Think of that, the difference, the nuanced difference between those two ways of phrasing something. One goes broad, one is saying, wait a second, it's quantifying within that story. The large part would be about race. And I don't think he thinks that's what the guy's saying, but it's just actually quite interesting that he misspoke in that way without even knowing. What up, Bimo? Hey, Lucy, how are you? Hi, Bimo. Bimo, I want to do the drawing exercise that Lucy put into our Discord. So many things I want to do. Okay. Large part of the story if it's part of the large story. Interesting differences in phrasing. Towards different things. Anyway, cool. Next. So yeah, I don't think he did that on purpose. I just think it's quite interesting that subconsciously that's what happened.
Class, I studied really hard and I grew up. So like if you about to be, but they did say rule out absolutely the right to consider race, but they did say it has to be as a part of a larger story about the student. So I know that.
What do you mean by a larger part of a story for a student?
So like if you write your college admissions essay and you say, I grew up Black and poor in South Carolina, and nevertheless,
grew up black.
I studied
Because
really
you know
hard,
they're not changed.
and my life has been the
I grew up,
epitome
I'm
of
sorry, it's just I grew up black and poor. Like, come on. I know that's just how people speak, but that sounds so weird. I know that's what it means. What it means is I grew up in the context of being a black person and blah blah. But yeah, it is pretty funny where it's like it feels like, because you can grow up poor and that can change, but you can't grow up black and change that. Michael Jackson notwithstanding.
my family's rise from slavery to poverty to the Union, and now I want to go to Harvard and reach that. If you tell a story that involves your race, that's okay. But
why can't we just remove race from the story and have it be about economic status, right?
Okay, I am moving my limbs. I never stop moving my limbs. Really, honestly, my legs are always going like this. Okay, so if you write to your college, so basically you write your essay and you talk about your race, that's fine. And also my family's rise from slavery to poverty to the Union, and now I'm going, like, hold on, honey. 2024. How many generations do we have to go back? That we do have to think about that. Okay, if we have to now go all the way back there, like it just doesn't. Okay, cool. So that made me laugh, because I was like, from slavery, I rose from slavery. Like, hold on, you did not rise from slavery. Your ancestors did. And it would actually be quite interesting. I think a lot of people are just normal immigrants now as well. Yeah. Anyway, poverty to the Union, and now I'm going to Harvard, and I'm going to tell a story that involves. Okay, so this is all the wordiness, but basically what he says here: if you tell a story that involves your race, that's okay. So I just want to ask you, Americans and Canadians, just North Americans, basically, to get into an undergraduate degree, do you have to write an essay to get into a college? You have to write something about yourself. You have to write a motivational letter or something that gets you admitted into that university. Because for us, it's all your marks. In South Africa, it was, hey, did you get admission from the school boards or whatever to say that you get a university clearance? Okay, cool. And then you send your application in, and you put your certificate with it, and then hopefully you get in. Okay. The only time you start, and I don't know, I think there are other degrees that are undergraduate that you do require some sort of writing. The more specialized degrees, I'm sure you have to do some sort of writing or exercise that gets you in. I know I had to do an assessment for publishing. I had to do an editing assessment or something like that to get in. But that was a postgraduate. Never mind. Point is, essays and things were only required for postgraduate, and especially the ones that I experienced were to do with psychology. So of course it had to do with your personal growth and your personal characteristics. But when I am going to study mathematics, I don't know how my creative writing is going to help me there. So I just want to know from the Americans what you guys think, what was required, what is required. What do you know in here? Do you consider yourself on the left, center, or right, politically homeless? I'm probably center right, but I'm only center right because everyone went so far left. I used to be a normal lefty. A lot of my opinions are quite left leaning, but everybody has gone so far left that I look like some far right crazy person. I've been told, but recently I have been a libtard, so I guess I am. Any centrist is politically homeless. I don't know. Yeah, I have taken some of those tests. Those like political compass things, and I'm actually rather conservative as well. That's probably because of, I don't know, family values. But then again, hello, I am 32 and I don't have children. I've got 2 cats. I am married though. Like, you see, I'm like a hybrid leftoid. Anyway, Stago, what's same to you? I started with psych, then moved into the arts and communications. Okay, Vin, but did you have to do an essay to get in, or did you just give your scores? Like, also the people that do, from our college application, like the way I know it from the way I learned anything about America was through popular culture and media and things like that. And a lot of it was always, you have to do community service for your college application and things like that to make it looks good on your college application. Like, and you can say which awards you won because it's good in your college application. All of that stuff that did not really matter. Like it was you just have to fucking get your marks together, and then maybe we'll ask you about your freaking awards in sports. And also you'll get scholarship things also, where a lot of the time it's like if you got good marks you could land up, you have to keep a certain amount of marks for scholarships. Everybody has that. But yeah, I suppose maybe for scholarships you would have to have an essay, but not admission. So admission was whether you can or can't get into the university, not whether you can or can't pay for it. That's what it is. Liberal and then moral, probably, I don't know. Okay, I'm fundamentally the opposite of you. Spoon went hard on the centrist. Oh, Spoon doesn't know what a centrist position is. I'm still center left. Most people here agree with that. The only one of the thinkers who might be more left than me is Gray, maybe. No, Vin, you're a Trump supporter. Don't let others define you. I basically get into most schools, but my SATs alone. The big bogs over there here require an assload of shit, including multiple essays. That's insane. That wow. Like I said, like a computer just gets you. It's called university exemption. You're allowed it, and then just better hope you can pay for it, hun. It really is like. Look, I'm not saying it's easy to get into varsity over there. I'm not saying that. Is this a reply? Old Nuck. What's up, Nuck? Old Trucker Tom. Hi, Trucker Tom. Where am I? Hi, where are you? I don't know where you are. I identify as mildly political. I identify as ask me about a certain issue and I'll tell you what I think about it, and then you can place me on some spectrum according to that. But yeah. Anyway, any other things to tell me? I don't know if I'm seeing everybody's messages. It's down to the policy. Yeah, exactly, Lucy. So that's the centrist mindset, actually, which is tell me the policy. Don't tell me which team supports it. Just tell me the policy, and then I'll let you know whether I like it or not. Because if I'm going to get all tribal about it, then that's not going to help me out. So they like that? Oh, well, I guess then I need to not like it. It's like, no, just tell me. I scored a 19 Republican. Old Trucker Tom is a 19 Republican. Can you see my Lady Cameron account? I posted my school stuff there. He's defining right wing as unchanging. No, I can see that. Oh, wait. We're tested for these things in high school. Didn't have to do an extra essay. Okay, there we go. It was Marx and English proficiency here, even for UBC, if I recall. Not sure about at Queen's. I didn't apply there. Okay. Thank you, Lucifer. I mean, I saw Lucifer's super chat as soon as I was replying to you, Cameron. I'm so sorry. I like fourth. I've got to do some cleaning and level up in Helldivers too before I take the dogs for a walk. Love you guys, and I hope you all have a great day. Thank you, Lucifer. Say hi to the poochies for me. They don't know my scent, but you know, then they can hear the squeaking that happens. So they know me, okay? Yeah, and have a good day, and also enjoy Helldivers. I'm gonna get that game soon. So yeah. Okay, cool. So that's as much feedback as we've gotten. Cameron's the only one that spoke about it. Yeah, it just seems like hello, camera. Hi. Do you like Tim Pool? Mostly, he makes me cringe. I don't really watch him that much. He has been good in certain conversations. I've really liked it. Are you American or a different? Oh, definitely. I'm an honorary American, but I'm not an American. No, I'm not an American. Never even been to America. Yeah, I'm South African, and I am living in Dubai. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, that's not my thing. My view of college is so different. Yes, from coming from Africa, it's different there. It's just, hey, did you do school? Did you do school all right? Cool. You're allowed in here, but can you pay for it? That is basically it. Yeah, the essay sort of stuff comes in more specialized degrees, mostly postgraduate. But undergraduate, it's on your marks. What were your scores? And I suppose if you're on the brink where they're not sure to let you in, maybe they'll give you an interview or something. But yeah, admissions is not that complex over there. There are so many first years. Getting into college is yes, it's a great thing, but staying in college is really the most important thing. It's like, cool, you got in there. And also with South Africa, if we want to talk about affirmative action, ladies and gentlemen, they brought down what is required for passing matric, for matriculating, for finishing high school. They brought down that percentage that you need to acquire. And they thought that would be a good thing. So that's the kind of thinking that I see when we talk about affirmative action. They're talking about essays and things. I'm talking about literally lowering the bar for entry because your schools are failing. Not your tertiary education places, your schools. People are coming into your school, into your tertiary education, unprepared for tertiary education. That's a problem. So how do we fix that? Oh no, we just bring down what is required. We just actually instill mediocrity. That blows my mind. Anyway, I've got to go work. Take care. Don't be a stranger. No, you don't be a stranger, Bimo. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You'd be grounded. A C- in every class. I fucking killed it. You'd be grounded in my house, Paffy. What's it like over there? It is lovely over here. It really is awesome. It is like living in the future. Yeah, it is different, I suppose. But yeah, people seem to think I should be very scared about living here as a woman, but that's not a thing. Okay. This is not that kind of place. I get a B, sometimes A. That's good. If you tell a story that involves... Okay, so let's get back to the diagram. Sorry, that was another tangent. Oh, I think I just cursed myself. I cursed the whole stream. I've been faculty, and it's a real problem to expect colleges to handle media education for unprepared students. Well, that is it. Berkeley, the colleges try, they have these modules that they put people through to try and basically skill them up into being able to cope with that. They have like these certain programs that you can go into. It adds a year to your education. They try and like catch you up, but this foundational stuff is just not happening. So even when they get in there, they don't know how to do anything. And as we'll get into in this discussion here, people act as if that is a race thing, which is like, wow, no, it's not. No, okay. Are we done with that? Cool. Okay, so Yeah, this. Imagine doing more work than you have to just to achieve what the same outcome. Imagine working for an outcome. That's great.
I grew up poor. I've gone through these struggles economically, and now I want to achieve this. Why is it? Why does it? Because it sounds like it's the entry of race into it.
Well, that's what they said. That's what they said. But what they
do you find any disagreement there? Or just to remove the race.
So what Warren has said here is why do you have to tell the story about? Why do you have to include your race then? It's the Morgan Freeman position of let's stop talking about it. Wouldn't that be a thing? If I stopped referring to you as a white man, you stopped referring to me as a black man or whatever. That whole discussion. We need some sort of catchy name for it. The Morgan Freeman line. I don't know. Why can't that's what Warren is asking here. Why can't we just remove race from the story and have it be about, for me, he says, also, can it be about economic status? And I'm just like, why do we have to find the victim points in it? What a lot of the sort of postgraduate stuff is, it requires submission of some sort of academic piece or a certain test that you're supposed to do. So why does it even have to be about your personal struggles? I don't understand why we have to go into, I suppose if we're talking about scholarships, that's where it becomes relevant to say, listen, this is what my whole life has been. I'm trying to get myself out of this cycle. I just don't know how that is going to help you academically. I don't understand this whole requirement of having an essay about yourself, whereas having an academic essay about a certain subject would be better. It would demonstrate academic prowess, as opposed to I can talk about myself, which is actually what they start getting into. So you can just tell a very nice story about yourself and then you get into college. I don't know. I'm speaking as somebody who only became a thing when I was trying to get into becoming a flippant psychologist. Okay, that is where it becomes very, very relevant about who you are, as opposed to can I learn stuff. I don't know, just writing an essay I was gonna do computer science. What the fuck am I gonna write about computer science? My dad's a programmer, and then I loved programming because my dad. Why do you have to read that? Anyway, I'm done. I've got a rant less. Okay, we're done. Okay. They need to achieve diversity through random selection of people who pass their baseline qualifications. They only ask race so they can virtue signal about their student body. Exactly. So here it is. Why can't we remove race from the story? So again, economic status, that becomes relevant when you're talking about scholarships. So again, I'm just like, we need what we are still trying to find the struggles. We have to have struggled. Can't just be fucking smart as well. What about all the Asian kids, right? The Asian trope of I just worked fucking hard and here I am. Just like, I don't understand the college admissions way of doing stuff. This is interesting. College people, let me know. What's up? Okay. So he says it sounds like a race of entry, which is what he said. This is what he spoke about. He did say it's part of a larger story. You can add it to your story. Okay. So Warren's question is essentially just, okay, fine, but why can't we just make it about economic status? Okay. I think I'll do it like this. I'll remove that so that we can have this. Okay. And that. I need to actually talk to chat less because I'm not going to finish this. Otherwise, we are doing our usual slow pace. Okay.
race element and just have it economic based?
I don't. But I think that
So he says, why can't the story, I don't what? Wait, what was the question?
I don't.
Or just to remove the race element
Oh.
and just have it economic based?
Oh, is there a disagreement? This is the question. Mark, is there any disagreement? I'm going to put it in this. And he said he doesn't disagree, but I thought I'm not too sure. And now I'm wondering, let's see where we are. That's what they said. Come here, go there. Don't be floaty. There you go. Come on. Be friends. Okay. You find any disagreement. There we go. Sorry, I was too busy writing. This is what the transcript is for. Do you find any reason if you just had to remove the race element and just have it economic based? I'll go and change this to as well circles when he's asking a question later on. Oh, you know what? There you go. Okay. Tuesdays are debate mapping and Wednesday are map review. And when is being married happening? I suppose if I did shorter streams, it would happen. Okay. You found what you do, any disagreements? Cool. Let's do.
don't. But I think that like obviously diversity is like more important to universities than almost any other value, or that's what it seems. That's what seems to be.
This is quite a good point. He says whether or not he agrees with it. He says, look, this is the state of the universities. This is what they find to be the most, as Berkeley said. This is they do this to virtue signal. That's what they're doing it for. So this is the most. It seems to be the most important. Diversity is the most important thing is the most important to universities than almost any other value. So it's true. You can be married Fridays through Sunday with Monday's time shared with Ali. Ali's busy on Mondays. Okay. Okay, I don't, but I think obviously diversity is like more important. So that is quite a thing. He also is not, again, he's removing himself. It's about what the universities are saying. Come here. No, it's this copy style. Okay. Not the lawyer. Okay. See, what really sucks is I guess I would need to have this open and draggable across there. Okay, so why do you think that is? I'm going to put that here. Why do you think that is? So I'm just why. Then I'll put here, why do you think diversity is the most important value to universities? Okay, and that is where we'll go for the next one. Look at the chunks of lawyer that happen over here. Ah, don't go there. Come back here. You're over here. Come. No, you shit face. There you go. Okay. Sundays off for Sunday wrap up. Yes. Although I did not make it to Sunday wrap up. I need to go and actually catch up to see if Rosales played my music without me. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Like, I do want him to have played it. I'll play that as my outro music, guys. The Rosales, because just to make sure that you guys really do want to be here, I'll play more kazoo music. Okay. I don't mean... Look at this. Look at how much he thinks. It's as much as I do. I'm such a freaking hypocrite. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
Be the case.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I mean, why do I think that is?
That is so lovely. I love that there is such a huge pause here, because it's like, oh yeah, wow. I didn't really think about it. I just knew that that's what it is. I never thought about why it would be that way. So when I think so he doesn't. Why do I think that? So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to make it very explicit that there was a pause here. And just say, like, it's very, look, it's not, I'm not saying this is a bad thing. It's just like, oh, this is something I really have to think about, because I'm just so used to just saying this, that this is the way it is. Look here, some critical thinking is why. Ask yourself why, the power of questions. So, I don't, you know why? I don't think. Why do I think that? And then there's this huge pause. Very interesting. Okay. I'm just going to put a note here. The power of questions. And you see, that's why this is not much of a debate. It's just asking a question. That's all. Will Gardner, thank you for subscribing. Please stay for the kazoo and exit music. And drop a like. Okay, that's cute.
You know, I think that we are not a religious society. And that I think for a lot of people, you know, the best part of themselves has no place to go. So, you know, people associate Christianity with all these conservative values that are, in so many ways, very, very spiteful.
So I'm actually going to take this and put this in another note. I'm going to move it forward. Okay, because it feels like he goes from this to the next point. Okay, that's what I'm feeling. Okay, I'm feeling like it is all the same paragraph. It is the same bunch of the soliloquy. I think that we are not a religious society. I think. And then he goes on to basically expand that. I think for a lot of people, the best part of themselves has no place to go. So, and then he goes into, the reason is he's trying to say something, and then he realizes, okay, I've said something about Christianity, about morality and Christianity. So then he has to go and cover that base about Christianity. So he goes and talks about it over here for a little bit, and then he comes back to why why he said this. So that's why I want to separate them. So let's just go back to him speaking, see where else I can divide this up.
Very, very controlling and self-seeking, despite values that are all these conservative, people associate Christianity with all these conservative values that are in so many ways very, very spiteful, very, very controlling and self-seeking. And by the way, I don't think those are Christian values. I mean,
okay, so he goes so he goes into this bit. But by the way, I don't think that those are Christian values. So he's actually including the other side's argument at this point, I think, because I think he might be trying to bring in religion, and then he knows that most people aren't religious, so he needs to kind of cover the base of, well, people hate religion, so I need to explain what I mean by religion. So very uncontrolled and stuff. So this over here, I'm going to put over here what others seems like what he thinks others think of Christianity. So it's like other side's argument. The other side's argument is brought up here. And then he goes, and by the way, I don't think those are Christian values. I mean, I think the fundamental Christian value is Bob Marley's song. So he's clarifying what his Christianity means. So in this way, he kind of covers this base that, okay, well, look, I know that some people can find Christian values to be self-serving, self-seeking, all of that. Like any other sort of movement or religion, you can sour. It is still a way of viewing the world. It's still a worldview that can sour people, that can be used to justify atrocities. So he goes, this is what I think. I mean, I think the fundamental Christian value is Bob Marley's song, everything's going to be all right. You're okay. You're accepted as you are. You're lovable. Okay. But I think, so here we go. But I think, okay, so here, this is the next bit. Also, obviously, the transcription picks up everything, all the ums and everything. Oopsie. Okay.
I mean, I think the fundamental Christian value is a Bob Marley song. Everything's going to be all right. You're okay. You're accepted as you are. You're lovable. But I think that a lot of these largely secular people rise to the top of their position in the university. They become, they're scholars, and so they look for explanations for things, and the best part of themselves wants to examine their own advantages, and then maybe the worst part of them, or the sort of that part of themselves that we all have, wants to get over on some other people and kind of be like, I see things a little more clearly than you do. I think that there's some of that.
I'll just put a note that he's nodding a lot. Warren nods lots. Which, because it's something to note, he is agreeing. He's just expressing agreements. He's not repeating what the guy said, but he's just letting him know very much so that he agrees with what he's saying, or he's following what he's saying. Okay. So I think a lot of these largely secular people rise to the top of their position in the university. They are scholars. Okay, they're scholars. So they look for explanations for things. Okay. the best part of themselves wants to examine their own advantages. So I guess that would be what a white privilege and things. Okay. Maybe the worst part of them. So examine them and look back and say, oh, how did I get here? That could have been unfair. But then another thing wants to strike back at the people, pull the ladder up behind them, kind of thing. That's what I'm seeing here. Maybe the worst part of them, sort of that part of themselves that we all have, wants to get over on some other people. So yes, just the evil bit of them, the one that's like, I want to win against the people that brought me down previously.
That's
It sounds like there's a noble intention there, and they want to achieve a goal of diversity, which is absolutely noble.
Part of themselves will have what kinds? Okay. Oh yes, he also says, and B, RCP also just lord it over. So this I think is a very wordy way of saying virtue signal. I'm gonna put that over here. Lawyer wordy word. Wordy version. Wordy way to say virtue signaling. I mean, it's not exactly just virtue signaling, but I'm feeling this, okay? Then Warren comes in and says, cool. And actually, instead of saying exactly what the guy said, he says, okay, I'm going to go, yeah, it sounds like going here. Let me just put this over here quick. Come here. That is one thing about this dragging business. Okay. So Warren goes over here. I'll put this over here. He nods, blah, blah. And instead, this is connected to him nodding. He's agreeing. Sounds like there's a noble intention there, and they want to achieve a goal of diversity, which is absolutely noble. Okay. We want diversity. That's a great thing. A diversity of opinion, a race of everything. Just about how do we get there? They don't seem to ask, how do we get there? Sorry, guys. Is chat working? I just want to check. Have you guys just been good? That's just what's happening. I just want to make sure. Nico, are you there? Because I can't see nothing. Okay. A diversity of opinion, race, everything. It's just how do we get there? I like that last thing. It's just, okay, cool. That's all great. Wanting it is not the problem. But how do we get there? What harm do we inflict? We're trying to behave. Test. Just listening. Oh, I'm just saying such amazing things. No, we're being good. Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like there's a noble. Okay, cool.
We want diversity. It's a great thing. A diversity of opinion, of race, of everything. It's just about how we get there.
well, they're like, I don't know if I should say.
Oh, this is getting, oh god, when we get there, guys. Oh, okay, it's just a matter of how do we get there. Boobies. Yeah. That there, look at you. It didn't last. Okay, virtue signaling. Then he has another sort of, look at this, boys. Look at this wall of text. Okay, I mean, obviously it's we need to spread it out like this. Okay. Okay, this is let's take all of this, yeah. No, you know what I do? I do this and I move it. Wall of text, come to me. Maybe we put you here. How do we get to it? How do we get there? Maybe this does just follow on. Let's see. I do try to put them into kind of like subtopics. Look at this. Okay. Down here. Yeah. Go.
Say this, but I mean, you can't. Well, there's
Of race, of everything. It's just about how we get there.
Well, they're like, I don't know if I should say this, but I mean, you can't search the Massachusetts educational data the same way that you could before. But if you looked at the DCESE website for data about who was getting what grades in the different school systems in Massachusetts. So, I know that you aren't originally from Massachusetts.
Blah, blah, blah.
The question that people in Massachusetts ask is, what town are you from?
Okay.
Because that really says a lot.
I'm going to put this, we are doing a bit of conversation analysis anyway, so let's just do this. Okay. I don't want to blah, blah, blah him, but this goes again. He's very delicate about the way he's trying to put things into place. First of all, we have this, I don't know if I should say this, so he doesn't know if he should bring this up, because he also knows Warren has now got a lot of reach. So what's going to happen if he says this? And he'll also reveal another reason. Hey, Benjamin. Benjamin, by the way, I only followed you on Twitter today, but I'm feeling like I was secretly unfollowed, because that's weird. I would have followed you. So, you looked at the website. But if you looked at the DCA website about what was getting what grades in different school systems, so he does this as well. This sort of hedging here, that he goes off on this tangent over here because he's uncomfortable with what he's about to reveal. So let's see how long is this? And it also it does give us context. So let me just see how long it goes. Okay, I'll bring this out. He knows we aren't originally from Massachusetts. So this is another thing where I say, look, we do get frustrated with online debates, for sure. But one thing is, usually because they're so contentious, we don't usually get into these kind of tangents. But I can see why he does this. He has to place this. He has the space to do it because it's not this contentious debate. So he places all of this context around all of the points that he's trying to make, which I suppose is just what lawyers do as well. They're always trying to bring this big picture so that they could say, and that is why I'm right. Okay. So you know that you went originally from, so I know that you went for Massachusetts. So he talks about, but that's the question. So this topic that he's talking about here is about Massachusetts, the town you come from, me saying a lot about you. Okay, and I will bring that over here. Okay, so this is all stuff that we could eventually talk about. We could point to if we were debating, but it does get off in the weeds a little bit. Okay, let me just see if I can break it out a little bit more. Not a good look at people look at that way. Okay, and then he also said, so you know, I recently got a house. Okay, we whoopsie. Bought a house for me, big consideration where my kids go to school because I have 4 kids. What are the results of the school system? Like, how are the kids doing the school system? That's why he went. Buy a house where there's a low inventory and very expensive. I was looking into different communities that maybe I wouldn't have looked at, but I said there's a diamond in the rough out there as far as school system is concerned. So he's just talking about how he spoke about why he was on this website. Okay, guys, why he was looking at the website, he was looking at the stats because he cares about his school districts. Okay, he got curious, spent probably more time than was prudent looking at that website. Okay, so I will put a note here. He's very uncomfortable with what he's about to talk about. So he does this whole contextualizing thing over here. Contextualizing. Over contextualizing. Seems like he's uncomfortable about he's trying to get that. And you will see this come to fruition, and I will put the lines that show you this, okay? I will point them out. Okay, first of all, we have already got this. I don't know if I should say this. So we got that over here. I don't know if I should say this. He already goes this. I don't know if I should say this. So what I think is that he doesn't know if he should bring this up at all. So he's trying very hard to put it civilly, and to put it in a point where he doesn't get killed by the woke mob. So, okay, this, and I'm like, it's Warren, but he's thinking of Warren's audience. Well, not Warren's audience, just the internet, okay? So he says, I don't know, okay, where are we at now? He bought a house, okay, basically, let's get to it, okay?
About you. It says what your parents' values are, and what the religion is of most of the people that live in your town, and your socioeconomic status. I mean, a lot about people in Massachusetts is what town are you from? Now, I'm not saying that's how it should be, but I think that a lot of people look at it that way. Mm-hmm. So,
oh, yeah, he also puts over here, I'm not sure that's how it should be. I'm not saying that's how it should be. Again, he's kind of just doing this hedging stuff. Like, listen. It's I'm not saying bad things here. Please don't kill me. And I feel for him. Then and yes, Vin was also just saying maybe it's just lawyerness. Good discussers should have moments of disagreement where they should be separated from the debate. That there shouldn't be a winner. What? Good discussions should have moments of disagreement. Where they should be separated from debate is that there shouldn't be a winner. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I don't feel like this is a debate. This is not, I don't know about debates. The point is, yes, the way that we talk about debates is, okay, there is a winner and a loser of the debate. But I think one of the most civil ways to have a debate is to realize that you are trying to convince someone that doesn't know. It's actually the person that you are talking to is just the way for you to explain your argument. I think the way that he actually, I don't know if it's this video, but it might be at the end of this video that it's a great way that he explains, like, this is kind of what debate is about. It's about actually you're just trying to figure out what is the best way to what is the best way forward. So give me an idea. The way to convince me is to tell me something I don't know. Anyway, here says it way better than I do, and we'll find it. Win a losing competition. I'm doing paperwork. How are all of you today? Oh, that's great. Paperwork is great. I'm always the winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Should I say? That's the optics of debates on the internet. Yo, in terms of winner and loser, definitely. It's like, he did really well. It's always about who got the gotchas and who did that. And while I think that I get excited, I can definitely react to that sort of stuff. I do prefer just conversation, and going, oh, good point, as opposed to whoa, destroyed, annihilated, like that. That's the McDonald's of discussions. Okay, we want the very nutritious food, but that is the McDonald's. Hey, we can still extract and digest some really good things out of those discussions, those blood sports, I suppose. Cheer me up, like the stream. Subliminal messaging. Yeah, absolutely, Artem. That was not subliminal at all, actually. What are you talking about? Liking, subscribing. It's a possibility. Okay, Artem. Look at my sub count. Okay. Very excited. Very exciting. That is why we continue. Let's go. Sure, we are not finishing this on time. No, I have to finish this. Come on, boys. We have to go. We have to finish this. We continue. We go until it's done. We cannot do what we did last time. We were in our debates where we just went into part one, part two, and then eventually we just gave up. I say we, but I made the decision. Okay. So let's get to this thing he's been hedging around the whole time. Okay. He bought a house.
Recently bought a house. And for me, you know, a big consideration in where my kids would go to school, because I have 4 kids, is what are the results of
has 4 kids.
The school system. Like how are the kids doing in the school system? Are they doing better than average, or worse than average? So it's a very difficult time to buy a house in Massachusetts. There's also
he's saying he has 4 kids so that maybe you don't kill him. You know, you don't try and make him lose his employment. And I say kill in terms of you don't go for him. You don't try to nab him and cancel him because he's associated with foreign. Like, really? I'm not judging him for that. I'm saying look at the little cues he's giving us that's showing that he's uncomfortable, because this is the environment that he's actually parting. This is the environment he's taking part in. The discourse is very scary. Okay, so continue.
Low inventory, and it's very, very expensive. So, you know, I was looking in a lot of different communities that, you know, maybe I wouldn't have looked at, but I said, maybe there's a diamond in the rough out here as far as the school system is concerned. And so I became very familiar with that website. I looked at that website.
It's so funny.
And I noticed something alarming in every school system.
Yeah, that's it. Hopefully Kitty doesn't experience the same weird sub-inflation blowback from the sudden influx. That is what he was talking about as well, sub-inflation of that you get subs, but then it's like they don't do anything. So that brings you down in the algorithm. They just subscribe, but they don't interact with your content. So that signals to the algorithm that your content's actually not that good. So subscription with no interaction. So like and subscribe is recommended. You've subscribed, but you got to like as well, and you got to come back. So I am worrying about that, but I'm still very happy. It still counts, okay? That there was at some point 1,000. Does he seem shaky to anyone else? Who? The man? The lawyer? Met him. I'd love to talk to him. Try to send him an email and see if he's interested. Thank you for letting me know, Vincent. What? Know this, but the same video he mentioned, Kitty, he talked about wanting to have discussions with a teacher, maybe like you. Yeah, his email is available on his channel. So, and you can also speak to him on X, Artem. It would be really cool to see a discussion between you two. Warren should join Discord, maybe even Kitty Discord, who knows. Yeah, he also, Benjamin tried to tell him to make a Discord. So I guess I should just try and get in touch with him, but I don't know what I would say. Hi, thanks. Secret scholar on Thinkers. Yeah. Insane, but we would need to be totally professional, guys. You know, because I'm so professional. I would have to let my professionalism wash over the rest of the thinkers so that we could be structured in our discussions. It's a good idea. Oh no, I didn't want the one pulled up on screen. What? Which one? Anyway. Try to get him on the thinkers. Yeah. I think we need to do mega prep for that. If we're going to try and get him on, we need to have some structure. I'll speak to Katru tomorrow, to Katru and Dorcas, etc. Gray, all of you guys. I will speak to you, I suppose, at night when you guys are. Okay. I'm so excited, but stop. Okay. That's it. We have lots to get through. Jason Clark. Thank you, Jason Clark. I hope you are a real human. Thank you for subscribing, for clicking on the subscription. Please like, comment, and subscribe. He has subscribed, so don't just get back into the nerding and you'll feel better, Chinsia. You'll be fine.
Which is that on average, and this is not about any individual person. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I actually forgot how bad he gets at the, not bad, like how many points he has. If only there was a middle ground between not chat and chatting about unrelated things. If only I had control over what I responded to in chat. Okay. So, I recently bought a house. Kids would go to school because average is very difficult to buy. He became familiar with the website. He looked at it a lot and noticed something alarming in every school system. Okay, I think this is where we can actually bring this out. And he really has to make a point that it's not about any individual. The way he has to hedge all of this around and say, listen, guys, please, I have 4 kids. Like, okay. Not an individual who's not. Okay, so this is also not an individual, not a school. So I'm actually supposed to be making all of these connections here. So I'll do that here. I'll put it here. Okay. I noticed something. No, it's, and he also goes, okay, it's not about it. And he says, okay, like, listen, be clear. Are we clear on this? Okay.
Individual person, but on average, and this is not about any individual person. Okay. Not about any individual person, but on average, the Black students in.
This is the big part, boys. This is the big scary thing that he's scared of saying, and he will explain to us why later on. Okay, but on average, let's put it in big bold letters. Because, that's the big scary, you know what? This is exposure therapy. I hope he sees this diagram. He has some exposure therapy. I will put this nice, big. Okay. On average, the Black students in all these different school districts, good school districts, bad school districts. I got curious and I spent probably more time than looking. Just tell me the answer, okay? What race is cancelled exactly? Hey, Zax. Okay, so look. I noticed something alarming, but any individual person, okay? Not any individual person. So we got that. So we had to get that. Then it's coming. On average, Black students in different school districts. We have to go back to the other points here. Where these Black students, wait, let's go.
These different school districts, good school districts, bad school districts. I got curious and I spent probably more time than was prudent looking at that. We're performing.
It took him, there's also, he actually goes, there's even a huge pause here. Pause not. Pause. And he goes, were not He can't even put it together. We're not. Where did I even put it? Where is it? We're performing worse. There we go. This one. There we go. We're performing worse on this test. And you also have to say a lot of words around the MCAS test, and I have to say all of these other words because I'm so uncomfortable with what I'm saying.
Worse on the Massachusetts MCAS test, which is a test you need to graduate to pass 10th grade, than the kids who were described as special needs. So,
okay. So that's the big reveal. So we're performing worse. We're performing worse than she. Like, he had to freaking separate it all together. It's okay, honey. It's okay. So what he takes from all of that, okay, is whoa. What happens to those kids? So to a certain extent, if we're only focusing on grades, we're only focusing on the academic achievement to get into the academic organization. Okay. If that all that matters, seems like the statistics suggest that you would not going to have a lot of black students in your colleges. Fancy that. So what does that tell us? That tells us there's something wrong with the school and we should fix it there. Not that the university should fix it. Hello? Okay, but yeah. So he's saying, but look, that's gonna result in not enough black students. Yes. Whose fault is that? Okay, not having a lot of black students in your colleges. If that's the only factor that's going to matter. Yes. So we need to make another matter, a non-academic matter. It's this weird paradox where we have to make race matter because it matters. It matters in the statistics, but why? What is causing that? We need to find out why. But no, when instead we're going to do is just push those people through into university, and they won't be set up to fail. No. Okay, so let's see. So this is all lawyer. Let's just color some of that just to get everybody's brain around it. Okay, special needs.
to a certain extent, if you're saying we're only focusing on grades, we're only focusing on academic achievement, that's all that matters, then, it seems like the statistics suggest that you're not going to have a lot of Black students in your colleges, if that's the only factor that's going to matter.
Why do you think, were these Black students in the same towns?
So he's asking about
or
the
who were,
statistics.
so Massachusetts has a program called the Metco program.
Yeah.
Which, and by the way, they've since changed the website, and I can no longer search the website for that data. So that data is no longer available on the website, at least not on my phone. I mean, I haven't looked into it very closely, but I couldn't find that data anymore because, I think obviously that's not.
Do you think they try to conceal that data?
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Because I think it gives comfort to racists. I think.
So.
Well,
So do you hear that? He says it's okay that they concealed this data because it gives comfort to racists. Look, I can understand his position. I can understand it, but I don't agree with it. It's bewildering. to say the least. But it's like, oh, well, that's okay. I understand why we can't let the racists get hold of that. That's going to make the racists feel more validated as well, because they're already stupid. So what are you trying to achieve by hiding something from them? We know that they're going to interpret this data unfairly. We know that they're going to say it's genetics. We know that they're going to fuck those people. We don't need to speak to them. We actually want to get, down to business and actually just help people and actually improve people's lives. So let's just know, okay? We don't have time to worry about that, because they're stupid, and there are smarter people that are going to go and talk about what we can actually do with the data and what the data means, and we can think about it further. No, I mean, I have to, like, wow. I suppose it's just the it's kind of like a passive way. You're just like, you know what? I don't want to get into the conflict with the racists. I don't want to have to argue for the validity of this data. I don't want to have to argue for how it isn't racist. It doesn't prove racist things. I don't want to argue that. I would rather just not have this conversation at all. And that's what Warren is all about, is about having these conversations. I do not know how to say Linda's surname, so I'm just going to say thank you, Linda. Linda, honey, Linda, sweetie, kitty. Why does the bot say welcome to the colony? You know why it says that, Item? It's not because I'm a South African and a colonizer. It's because a collection of cats in the wild, feral cats, they group together in colonies. That's why it says welcome to the colony. Did you know? Did you guess at that, Atom? I figured it was a Monster Hunter reference. Oh, it probably works as well. I think they do have a colony or whatever. But it's a cat reference. Kitty cats. You did not know that, yeah? I suppose if I do memberships at some point, we can get into the levels of different kinds of collections of cats, what you would call it, like a collection of kittens or whatever, like a litter. Obviously you have a litter, but there's like a clouder when you've got kittens. We are a hive mind. Yeah. So that was when I set up my bot many moons ago. That was it. Many suns ago, actually. Stray, Sphinx, kitten, stray, Sphinx. Hey, we are not going to be purebreds supremacists over here. We love our... Of course, Nico had to go there. Top is Palico. You know what? When I do get to memberships, I will figure... The thing is, I don't have anything at the moment that I can offer members. So... Before I need to figure out what I can actually do for members other than just emotes, which I'm going to be designing with the help of Bimo. Anyway, you guys, stop it. Stop. Don't stop, because then I start saying, is chat okay? Don't stop, okay? I've got to be the mature person here, okay? I've got to relax. And I've got to apply my mind. So we're going back to I missed whether Katri said the guy was shaky. Whether Katri was saying the guy was shaky. Indeed. No. Well, anyway, I don't know if Katri was saying that he thinks the lawyer's shaky, but I do think that the guy's a bit uncomfortable. Thanks, Item. Okay, so a certain extent you're going to...
What do you think I think does? Okay,
so yeah, I didn't like the little laugh, which is just like, come on, you know. He's asking a question so that you can give him the answer. You can take him down the thought path. He's not going to make the assumption for you. He wants you to explain yourself. So the power of questions, hashtag the power of questions. Okay, so Black students in the same towns, yeah? So whether in the same towns, because he starts interrogating the statistics, right? He's going, okay, what could have caused this? Because we know that we know that it's not just, oh, well, her black person's stupid. So what is it? Okay, so now he starts talking about, okay, what about Gordon burp videos for members only? No, that Gordon wants everybody to hear the burps.
I don't know. What if a racist were to analyze that data?
What conclusion do you think they would come to?
Okay, so sorry, I need to finish diagramming this. I just wanted everyone to hear what he had said, so I need to go back. Let's go back. Okay, I'm going to just bring a whole bunch of these with me. Come on over. Yeah. Okay. No. All come with me. Look, I don't know. I think this has helped a little bit. Helped me. At least I don't have to copy paste. Dragging is a lot quicker. Okay. So he said, do you think that they want to conceal the data? Yeah, do. Let me just check which order it was in.
Yeah, I did. Website. At least not on my phone. That data is no longer available on the website. At least not on my phone. I mean, I haven't looked into it very closely, but I couldn't find that data anymore. Because, I mean, I think obviously that's not...
Do you think they tried to conceal that data?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so there it is. Because, I mean, obviously. He goes, I think obviously. So he's not, says, I mean, obviously, that's not. No. He needs to know. Do you think they were trying to... He doesn't let this obviously fly. And again, it's not about, oh, because he's debating him. It's like, no. He's asking for his, what do you call it? His argument. Sorry, I got distracted by Carl. It's that Don Helldiver. I dig it. Oh, this is hilarious. Dick in a box, subscribe. Listen. All I wonder about is, why did you not capitalize I? Dick, I, Dick in. Or I suppose then if you capitalize I, then you would have to capitalize A. And I just think it would look better. Think about your capitalizations in your names, people. Thank you for the subscription. Okay. Do you think you tried to conceal the data? Whoopsie. So this with the towns, I think the towns question comes afterwards. Wait, let's just check out.
Couldn't find that data. Any phone. I mean, no longer, and I can know code program or
okay, so you did ask.
Why do you think were these statistics, were these black students in the same towns?
Yeah. Or who were so Massachusetts has a program.
Okay, so he talks about the buses. Okay. Where these students say this is when it happens. Yeah. No! Woo! We bring all of you over here. Okay, so then he says, obviously that's not do you think they concealed the data? This is a big question. And I'm just blown away by his answer. The fact that it's like, not only is he okay, yes, of course, they concealed the data, but he's okay with it. You can do it. Tell us how, Item. I think this is a good topic for you to be talking to him about.
Called the Metco program.
Yeah.
Which, and by the way, they've since changed the website, and I can no longer search the website for that data. So that data is no longer available on the.
So I'm actually, this is the extra thing. So he's like, oh, by the way, something fishy. This guy's trying to say something fishy is going along, but he's like also very scared of saying it because he thinks he's going to get canceled for it. Just by saying something, he's saying what he saw. He's not even saying, I agree. He's not saying the racist thing, but he's because he knows the tactic of just putting words in someone's mouth, that he's very cautious. And of course, as a lawyer, putting words in people's mouths is also part of the whole idea thing. So so do you think they tried to conceal the data? So that's the structure that we get. So we talk about the Metco program because he's talking about some explanation. So possible explanation for possible explanation for a discrepancy. Okay, that's what he's talking about here. Then, which is, by the way, since they changed, you can't search for that data. So that, and then he's okay with that.
Website, as at least not on my phone. I mean, I haven't looked into it very closely, but I couldn't find that data anymore because, I mean, I think obviously that's not.
Do you think they try to conceal that data?
Yeah, I do.
When was the last time you breathed? Thank you, Carl. Thank you for that reminder. And Carl, Gordon gave me his computer. It's not here. I'm not using it now, but I can play Helldivers on PC or PlayStation, which I'll play on PlayStation. Okay. I do because I think it gives comfort to racists. So do you think they tried? Yeah, I do, because I think it gives comfort to racists. Okay. How so? I love that he asks how so. The power of questions. Okay, I'm going to put this again. Oh, God. Come back here. How so? He wants you to make the reason, make the question, make the connection for me. I could do the jump for you, but in the conversation, I would rather have you, I'd rather have you tell me what you mean. Why do you think that is? Okay. I gave you to keep or lend access as long as he's not using it. No, I gave me to keep. He has access as long as I'm not using it. It's the other way around now. It's mine. The RGBs are all going to be purple. In other words. Okay, I don't know what the racist word to analyze the data. Okay, so he goes like, he's kind of flabbergasted. You can see the way that he is. He goes,
because I think obviously that's not that data anymore. Because I mean, I think obviously that's not.
Do you think they try to conceal that data?
Yeah, I do. Because I think it gives comfort to racists. I mean, I think. So. Well, I mean, what do you?
I want to know. There is a laugh. I don't know what if a racist would analyze that. Where is it? Did I move the wrong thing? Like, he makes him go to this conclusion by himself. He's like, no, come on, bring it along. I'm not doing the thinking for you. You tell me what you mean. And it's not in the context of a big conflict. It's just, no, I want you to think about this for your own good. Take me step by step for your own good.
Why do you think I think that?
I don't know.
So he says, I don't know. So he goes, why do you think I think that? Did I get this right? Did I miss something on the transcript? Why do you think I think that? So basically what happened, the way that they had to throw this, it's very interesting to me. I know it has nothing, it's more about conversation analysis, that they had to throw this question between them. He didn't want to answer it, but I know why Warren didn't want to answer it. Is because he's like, no, you got to answer it for me. But now he gets it thrown back to him, so he has to answer it to take the steps put those on the record for the lawyer, I suppose. I don't know.
What?
Well, it's comfort to racists. Because I think it gives comfort to racists. I mean, I think. So. Well, I mean, why do you think I think that?
Let's think, I don't know. What if a racist were to analyze that data?
What conclusion do you think they would come to?
So he thinks he's being the critical thinker here. Or the tone that I get, okay, is he's being the critical thinker. And it's like, no, Warren's asking you for the reason so that you can explain it in that way. But okay, the function that what we needed in this conversation was to break it up into the steps of the thinking. So fine, I'll do it. I just thought it was so interesting. Okay, I need to make some sort of question gets thrown between them, thrown back and forth. It is necessary to verbalize the thinking, the concepts, the logic, rather just nod and accept. He's actually making him flesh out his reasoning so that he can come back later. And it's not a trap. It's just he's fleshing out his reasoning so that we can then talk about the reasoning. Okay? Come on, we need to say the thing. We need to get to the things. Verbalize. We need to verbalize. Okay, what conclusion? So he goes, I don't know. What do you think? What conclusion do you think they would make with the data? Okay, so now we have to make Warren do it.
Black students are underperforming.
Because it would come to.
Well,
I mean, why do you think I think that?
I'm going to put this here. Laugh. Like the laugh as well of the incredulity is like, of course you know. No. Verbalize it. He makes him verbalize it. Oh, I love it.
I don't know. What if a racist were to analyze that data?
What conclusion do you think they would come to?
So the question is, what if a racist were he says it himself. What conclusion do you think they would come to? So he finishes that question for him. Point is, what? Wait. Does this guy not realize his reasoning insinuates there's no possible conclusion to come to? His reasoning insinuates, well, at the moment, no, it's that it's so horrible a conclusion that he can't even mention it. Thanks so much, Hydra. Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you for being there along this journey. Hello, you're part of the channel on Thinkers, everybody, Thursdays. Thank you very much, Hydra. Reminds me of the Norm Macdonald. Black people are generally poor and poor people are generally dangerous. I guess it generally just works. Does this guy? So yeah, his reasoning is not so much that there is no conclusion. It's that it's such a horrible conclusion to come to that we can't mention it, which is like, no, we do need to mention it because us mentioning it is not us coming to the same conclusion. It's fucking amazing, actually. We can, I'm going to put that over here. We can mention this conclusion without having come to it. We can mention this conclusion without having come to it. It's like Voldemort over here. Okay? What if a racist were to analyze that data? What conclusion do you think they would come to? So he's like very proud of himself for asking Warren that question. And again, I'm sounding like a little bitch to the lawyer, but it's more like I'm frustrated with the way that he has felt so limited by the discourse. He doesn't feel comfortable with having the conversation at all. That's what frustrates me. Okay? That's what you're hearing in my derogatory tone. Okay?
Black students are underperforming.
This channel generally produces good, unique content. Let's just say unique, not good. Let's just say unique. Okay.
Because
A racist might conclude, like that black, you're saying a racist would be like, because black people are not intelligent.
right. And so I
Ooh.
think that would
Wow. So racists would say yes. And they're racist. That we had this discussion on Thinkers a little bit, where it's just like, yeah, I guess there are people that you just don't need to speak to because they're going to interpret it that way. But then we need to convince as many people as possible. We cannot hide the data.
be, and I actually think that that's a good idea to hide that data. I don't think that.
I could not believe
that
he said that. I really could not believe that he said, and so I think it would be a good idea to hide the data. I think that's also what gets me very angry with him, is that he said that's because I'm like, you back down, bro. You're a smart boy, okay? You got your lawyer's degree and everything. You smart, you know. You can take this argument to its logical conclusion and say that's not a good thing. We need to open things up. But instead you're thinking of, no, we need to conceal, we need to stay away, or just stay away from the conflict. It's fine. That's not going to help. That is definitely not going to help. I don't know, like, you couldn't have scripted this thing better. I don't think that people should be given the tools to come to that conclusion. That's what he said. Like, he actually believes the problem with racism is not looking down on other races, but admitting you do. It's yeah, I suppose. Coming to the admission, coming to the conclusion, getting data about it, I suppose, is if you hide it, the racists will have a piece of proof for a perceived conspiracy about whom they consider bad. Exactly, Hydra. They are going to say, look, they're trying to hide the data. They're lying to you. As opposed to, are you that stupid that you think that statistics are that, it's just that simple, that race is just, humans also just, it's racism is literally as stupid as thinking the color of the skin, just like the color of the eyes, the color of the hair, creates value, notates value in a person. That just the whole complexity of a human coming down to one little aspect. It blows my mind that we have to try and make it all very complex. Like, no, you're literally saying because of the way this person is put together, melanin wise. That's the stupidity. Why is this so difficult? And it's okay to call people out on that when they've done that, when they've made such a stupid reasoning. But yeah, they're like, no, we don't need to give them the tools. You've given them a tool. I think what I'll put here as well, I'll actually put Hydra's thing, is basically you've given them a tool. You've given them this thing that racists will think. I'm gonna have to type this out. Sorry. Clickety clack. If you had it. Oopsie. This will have a piece of proof for a perceived conspiracy. Oopsies, conspiracy about whom that's the tool that you've given them. That's actually the tool that you are giving. Is that really what you want to do? Because that is, you're assuming that these bad actors wouldn't do that in the first place. They wouldn't. Yeah, it's wow. Hey, David, good to see ya. Too many cells of a certain color in your skin, kitty. Opinion disregarded. Boom, gone. Whoa, now let's not be too anti-racist. Hair and eye color obviously denotes superiority. Colorless eyes rise up. Blondes rise up. I'm sort of disappointed that race real has poisoned the world for talking about different biology differences in humans. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Let's talk about biological differences. Literally, blood pressure, all of that sort of stuff. They have poisoned the world. They've made it taboo to ask the questions because that somehow is going to make one race more valuable than the other, as opposed to figuring out how one bit of genetics works as opposed to another. Just okay, cool. Thanks, race realists. Okay, whom they consider bad and evil. Cool. I'm just blown away. That is the video. Okay, we can actually finish it here, but we won't. I'm gonna continue until I finish, which means we're going past midnight tonight. Sorry, that's it.
People should be given the tools to come to that conclusion.
What if data allows us to then adjust accordingly and fix the problem? How can we fix the problem if we don't know about the data? Because isn't that a glaring problem? If those students are in the exact same towns, it's not a matter of, oh, these are students in inner city gang conflicted territories. This would be in Concord, where Little Women was filmed. If that's true and that data does reflect that, and the Black residents of Concord are underperforming at that rate, and why would we ever want to conceal data?
Well,
look, Warren had a long talk. I've tried to bring the transcript a bit closer. Okay, so we went into this. Let's see where we are in terms of topic. Why do you think that is? Why do you think diversity is the most important to this? Okay, so then I'm going to put this as, just to make it, I don't know, maybe I might change this later. Why do you think that is? What conclusion do you think you would come to? This concealing the data is quite a major topic, so I would want it to go back to the main line. I'm stuck. I'll just have to go along with the flow of the conversation. Let's just do that. I could just do it this way and just write notes. Maybe we do that next time. Should I see if I do it like this and just put notes on the side? Should we do this half of the diagram? Maybe I'll finish this and see. I don't know. I'm losing it. Sitch and Adam, Don Kitty, Hidden Cup, all live streaming at once. I'm only one person. I think university would have the ability to provide their own interpretation of the data, but I guess all those racists are just too darn good at statistics, academic research. Yep, thwarted by them racists. They're so smart, them racists. Very hard to convince. It's like, okay. What if the data allows us to then adjust? This was my point, is that the data shows us what is wrong so we can fix it. It seems like the courts thought fixing, well, and I mean, as we've seen even in, say, South Africa, the way we fix it is just change the admission requirements. That doesn't help. That just, it's the whole equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity thing. It's just, you get the outcome, whereas everybody's in the university, but everybody's failing because they're not prepared for it. I say, okay, yeah. I've said this. Enough of the soapbox stuff. What if data allows, come back here, come. What if data allows us to then adjust accordingly to fix the problem? If we don't know about the data, that is he's basically saying it's a glaring problem. If that data exists, that's a big deal.
Well, we don't exactly know.
So I don't know what his conclusion is here, because now he's trying to say, problem. If those students are in an exact same towns, no matter one of these students in the city gang conflicted territories, that would be in Concord. Well, if they were, yeah, basically saying, if this data is true, why would we ever want to conceal that? That just blows my mind. Okay, cool. What's next? Well, we don't know that they tried to conceal it. We don't know if it's true. We don't know. So it's like, yeah, but the fact is that we don't know. We need to figure it out, right? That's what data is for, figuring it out. I'm offline. I went offline. It's not like there's other important variables to use, like grades. Yeah. Grades? What? Grades in academics? Get out of here, item. You freaking heresy over here. Okay. Well, X-Mind thought I was gone. Okay. Don't know exactly if that's true, because the fact would be... Okay, let's see what his cope is. And I say cope, look, he's fine. He's just trying to make sense of life.
That's true. Because it could be the case that, like, for example, so Massachusetts sponsors some kids from, let's say, Lowell to ride a bus to go to Concord Carlisle, which is a significantly better high school than Lowell High School. But if you're a part of that program, you have to wake up at like 4:30 in the morning to get the bus, or 5 in the morning.
So this might be more complicated. There might be more complicating factors to all of this. It's not just...
There we go. So he goes, oh, this might be complicated. Gosh, there's a lot more. There you go. I put you here. Go here. Okay. Might be more complicated than you think. That's exactly what we were saying. Yes, duh. We can easily explain. We can easily explain how conclusions have come to. Like, oh, it's almost as if statistics can't just be turned into, oh well, black people stupid. It's almost as if there's a lot more than skin color that goes. Even it's as if race is even more complicated than the color of your skin. Wow. Okay. What exactly? It's not 100% clear what that data means. So you would rather put it away than figure out what the data means, so that we can figure out how to change people's lives, so that we can make life better for everybody. We would rather do this other backloading thing where we just try and say, oh, let's change the admission things instead of let's change the actual underlying problem. It seems like you're doing what's expedient, not what's right. We're not clear what that data means. Okay, so what happens next?
Same students in the same town is what you're saying. There might be busing in, there actually might be socioeconomic factors.
Exactly. It's not 100% clear what that data means.
Okay.
But if the Supreme Court is saying you can't make distinction, you can't put a thumb on the scale based on race.
Okay,
then,
whoa. So we're just going to leave that behind. Cool. So the next point is, but if the Supreme Court is saying that you can't do that. Okay, so there is reasoning. He does relate this back, but I am putting this as a different point. Let's put you here. Let's put you here, transcript. You can be over here. Okay. Good Lord Almighty. Okay. I said okay, and there it is. This is not working out the way I wanted it in terms of having the transcript right here. Maybe I just need it in another document. I'll just take it all here. And put it in a notebook or notepad. Or let me have it here. Sorry, guys. I'm changing up my format mid-thing. Interesting. So, here we go. Oh, well, that's not helping either. Let's go back to the doc. Sorry, it's just becoming a lot more cumbersome. The argument is weird. Seeing something that is perceived as the big bad and choosing to stick your head in the sand just to hide it is rather unwise. When did the suit? So this is now, there was a couple months ago that or a month or so, that the Supreme Court was saying that ruled that universities can no longer use race as a basis for admissions to universities. Okay, so we are here. Okay, cool. Let's delete you. Transcript. You're okay. You're fine. There is another transcript on the other side there. Subtopics that we want. Go away. There we go. Nice and clean. Cool. We're here. Now we can just stick with one bit. Not 100% clear. Let's put you over here. Okay. Where is the video? Where did I put the video? Video killed the radio star. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Brain thoughts. Okay, we're good. And just imagine what would happen when I can have a crazy computer. Okay, this argument is weird. Yeah, cool. Let's go. Where are we? Exactly. It's not 100%. Okay, so he says okay. Next. Okay. And then, but if the Supreme Court is saying you can't make distinction, you can't put a thumb on the scale based on race, then you're allowed to use basically the only thing, get this item, the only thing you're allowed to use is the test scores. He's being very realistic because he's saying that's what this is the perception of the university. They're like, well, if I don't have race, then look what my university is going to look like.
All you're allowed to use basically are the test scores. And what's that going to mean for the complexion of universities moving forward? So, but they did leave open the door for someone to tell a story about themselves. And in that way, I mean, I think this is going to significantly strain admissions budgets.
Yes,
but I do think
it is. I agree with him because I'm just thinking you have to have people reading essays and things, and like that's what I'm just like. They put you in the computer and they're like, did your test scores match up? Did you? Okay, cool. And then you come to university, and then your lecturer sees whether you can perform or not. Like, it's just the foot in the door. Then you have to actually just go and perform. Then you get to write your essays and things when you're at the university. And I suppose that also has budget implications. But I suppose if you're making people pay, oh my God, he's actually saying that using the test scores will determine the skin color. OMG. Well, he's saying if there are things. So he hasn't said that the skin color is because of intelligence. He's not saying, oh, the difference in marks is because of skin color. If you know what I'm saying. The discrepancy in marks when it comes to skin color is because of social things. He accepts that. But because of those social things affecting the scores, that means that the black students aren't going to get in. And if we don't have black students, then it's not going to look right. It's going to look as if society is not serving the black people. Yes, it's looking as if the black people need help on a primary education level. There's something going on there. You can't go and fix it over here and think that it's going to be okay. I've said this too many times this whole stream. I'm sorry, I repeat myself. That's so bad. No, he obviously is not. That's why he was so tentative and trying to contextualize bringing up this data. That he was like, I've got 4 kids. I looked at this website and I spent a lot of time. And the reason that I looked at the website, he was very nervous about bringing this up because he didn't want that. I know that you're making a joke, but he didn't want that interpretation. And I know he's not saying that discrepancy is due to skin color, but he's saying the outcome of skin color present isn't correct, which is really racist. Yeah. He's saying, but we want those, we still need the black people. It's like, yes, that we want black people to succeed. That is a good thing. But how are you really helping by pushing people through? And you want to talk about it, go and look at South Africa, where they literally lowered the, you say test scores item. You know that the test scores, right? When there's only test scores. Well, they even brought the test score requirements down because that would, like, it doesn't matter. You didn't have to say whether you were black or whatever. The mark, they literally lowered, it blows my mind. They lowered the barrier to admission. They lowered it. And they said, this is the new thing to strive for. It says, okay, stop. We can breathe. Kyle said I should breathe. Okay, be good. We want people to succeed. Yes, that's true. Stop saying black people. It's really bad to use that as the identifier, lawyer man. Oh, actually, I said it as well. So yes, we do want people to succeed. You're right, Asim. Okay, so
that.
But I need to specify that I want black people to succeed, because if I don't, then people are going to think that I want them to fail.
Schools should be looking at students as whole people and not just as test scores.
So he's saying, he's still trying to justify this thing that, okay, well, the Supreme Court said you can't you can't put a thumb on the scale. Then we can own. What's that going to do? So what we can do is tell a story. So, but they said you can tell a story, and I suppose a lawyer is happy with being able to tell some sort of convincing story because juries and things like that, I suppose. Somebody needs to let the lawyer know that when you say people, it includes black people. Yeah. We should strive for an ideal world. No. We just got to hide away. We'll strive for the ideal world just the way it looks, not actually the underlying bits that make up the ideal world. Okay, so whole people and not just as test scores. We need to see people as, okay, not just as test scores. Cool. Okay.
I mean,
or race, right?
Or race, right?
Oh, I love that he says that. He says, okay, or race. It's like, yeah, the taking away the race thing. Oh, we don't want to see people just as their test scores. Well, do we want to see them as just their race? That's another thing. That's a good question. Do we want to just see them as their race? I'm just going to put. Sorry, I need to make his color. No, that's not the color. What blue did I use earlier? Not really turquoise. There. Okay, whatever. Oh, that was the border that I changed. Idiot. Okay, or just race. There we go. Yes, I agree. It's not seeing people as a test score is good. That does not mean you see them as skin color. Yeah, exactly. Awesome. Agree, not seeing people as just a test score is good. That, and I will do the capitals, that dar does not mean you see them as a skin color. I put the U in there, sorry. Otherwise I don't understand you, Artem. Or just race. Nice that he put that in there, but he doesn't take that. He continues going forward. Okay.
But they should be looking at students as people and at their story. They should be making decisions.
Right, or race, right. So it's any, but they should be looking at students as people, at their story. They should listen, I don't know. What I understand you do need stories, you do need to know the person a bit. But with tertiary education, you're going there to learn something. And I'm just wondering what story everybody needs. What is the right story for you to make it into a college? I'm just thinking like you need to learn. I need your intelligence. I need to see that you have some intelligence and ability to learn. So I don't know if just telling a good story is going to be good enough. We need to know that. I understand that this needs to be some more nuance, but actually what happens is some sort of performance. Some sort of assessment that is maybe a bit more in depth, but not an essay. Not I can tell me my story. I just don't know. The only time I see that as relevance is like in the sort of artistic degrees. Like, why do you need to know my story if I'm going to become? I suppose you want to know what kind of people you're bringing out there, but even so, because I was going to say like what a scientist, a chemical engineer, what kind of person does a chemical engineer need to be? But yeah, I want to know if you're competent. Isn't that what education's about? I don't know. That's what I liked about this topic, because it made me have questions. Like, I'm wondering what would be the solution, because there are people that are just going to read a story and say, "Oh, okay," but eventually it does come down to test scores. You have to pass. The whole point of getting degrees and things is to get a certain assessment right. Okay. Or race maths, or okay, they should be making decisions
based on the qualities they want in the students, not in a quantity of student that got score X or that has race X.
So if we're not trying to fill a quantity.
There we go. Okay, so you said quality. So what's the quality? The whole keyword there is quality. So now he takes that and he goes, cool. Now that we don't want a quantity, we're not trying to fill a quota. So if we're not trying to fill a quantity, what do we even need race as part of the story? This brings us all the way back to the beginning of the conversation when he said, do you have a disagreement with taking race out of the discussion? Okay, so here we go. This is a big thing.
Why do we even need race as part of the story? Can't we tell it? Why is race determine your story? Why can't you tell your story without race?
Well, for some people, race is a big part of their story. I mean, let's say, I can certainly imagine if someone told me that, race was the reason that a lot of different things were happening to me, that race had profoundly impacted my family going back generations. If I heard stories from my parents of racist incidents that they experienced, I think I would tend to assume that there was that race was a big factor in my life, and so that might end up being a big part of my story. Now, that's not to say that it would be a big part of everybody's story, but it's, you know, everyone
exactly. There's a question I want to ask you. So what if you have?
There you go. So this is the critical thinking part of just the questions. So, okay, test assume they were. So I'm just going to break this up. I can certainly imagine if someone told me that your race was the reason that a lot of different things were happening to me. And also, that's also, you are telling, that's another nuanced thing. It's like you are telling people that these things are happening to them because of their race all of the time. You're feeding that demon at the same time as you're trying to fight it. This sounds more like an individual thing, not a statistics thing. The test scores are to serve measurement of competence. That's why they get used. You can argue how well they measure that, certainly, but it's hard to argue against a competence metric. Exactly. Competence is what is making you get admitted, not whether you deserve, like deserve morally, whether you deserve an education. It's like, no. Can you cope with it? Are you competent in it? Will you be proficient in it? Will you learn? This guy's a lawyer, right? Yes, he claims to be. Well, we've been told. Big factor in life, so that might end up being a big part of my story. And that is a big thing. That's not to say that it would be a big part of everybody's story. It would be a part of everybody's story. So I don't know if he does a lot of public speaking, but also if you do speak in court, it's different to speaking to what could be millions of people. So he could be feeling that pressure as well.
A student, say her name's Sarah, and she's Black, and she hasn't gone through those tribulations that you just said. But when she does write that essay for college, she realizes, oh, that's going to be taken into account. And so she does build that into the story. Who then determines which stories are real?
Well, I mean that.
I don't think. Okay, so here for me, the lying thing is a valid. It's a valid point to discuss, because it's like V says, the new meta. So just identify as a female at work, and then you'll get certain perks or whatever. So just put it on your application that you're a female, and everybody's a bigot if they deny that you are a female at work, but you get hired because you're the diversity hire. That's sort of the new meta. So basically, people would land up playing the meta and saying, okay, fine, you want to hear this story because the whole point of admissions is giving them what they want to hear. I'm selling myself, so I'm going to sell this story about myself. So lots of people will end up lying. That does make sense to me. But for me, further is how much do we weigh these stories when it comes to the test scores? Like, what kind of story can sway me to think that you are competent beyond what your score tells me? Like that is more important. You're trying to say, like, the value that you're putting on somebody's life experience is actually a bit too much. It feels like it's a bit too much. It's more like, I suppose it's like you're trying to say, listen, Your Honor, there's mitigating factors for my bad score, I suppose. And basically, your essay is supposed to say that, well, I'm now going to be in college and I'm going to do better. I guess that's what you're supposed to be doing. Hey, Santa Rosa. If you create this, good morning. How are you doing? If you create a system that gives advantages to people that perform certain actions, people will start performing those actions. What? Don't get out of here. Test scores aren't everything, but they are important. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I don't want them to be everything, but they are very important. So I'm saying, like, I want people to have chances to get. I want people with low test scores to have their chance to argue for why they would change and like I said, the mitigating factors thing. But they can't be set aside for the story either. I'm glad you agree, Artem. That just means that I'm making sense. Okay, if you agree with me. Doesn't mean it means that I'm making sense. I've managed to make sense. Because I could get someone as intelligent as you to agree with me. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, exactly. There's a question asked. What if you... Okay, so I'm going to put this as an example. I'm going to break this up. This is mostly, it's lost structure now because I've... Okay, let's turn this around. Literally turn it around. Hey, I said Phil. I mean, not Phil, but you've got to be around. Thank you. Here is his example. So we have a student, Sarah. She's black and she hasn't gone through these tribulations, but she says which story. So he's talking about who decides which story is real. For me, I'm like, who decides which story is more valuable than the other? Oh, well, this person's gone through this much more. I appreciate it being the sense-making barometer. Thank you for understanding you were the sense-making barometer. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a really broad existential question. This pissed me off. I'm like, oh, okay. Because it's an existential question. No. That is exactly the point. It's a very broad existential question. Why are we putting admissions on this broad existential question? You're actually kind of, yeah, anyway, let's let him say it.
That's a really broad existential question because in a lot of ways,
Wouldn't it be college admissions though?
You know, the stories we tell.
Like he's trying to say, like, listen, wouldn't it be college? I actually need to put that here. Would it be college admissions then? Because that is what he's getting at. He's like, listen, there's going to be individuals that are making this decision, and that is the nebulous thing. Okay, individuals. We'll have to. That is nebulous. Okay, fill, and we make you color of commentary. Oh, that's the border. Color of commentary. Daisy, are you warm on the laptop? Hey, Mom. Why is my text not black? Racism. Let's make this decision that is nebulous. Okay.
It's what stories we tell about ourselves.
So here we go into this whole thing. Oh God. You know, it's the stories we tell. It's about ourselves, and like I'm not really convinced because, like I said, what are we going to value? What life events do we value? What struggles are we going to value? It seems like we're getting people into the Oppression Olympics in their college essays, and I don't know if that's where we want to go. That's what I'm trying to. I'm not saying that oppressed people don't need the help. I'm saying, how do we even determine? I have no issue with analyzing individuals on their merit. Mr. Lawyerman, the issue I take is that when you keep introducing race into the analysis as a factor on par with the test scores. Yeah, it's not on par with the test scores. It cannot be.
That help us decide who we are. I mean, you get into some really deep shit there because you're saying, well, her story isn't that she's black. She's making up the story that she's black in order to.
So he's immediately decided as well that the story. He also, it's quite telling that in his mind here, he can't conceive of his immediate thing. He can't conceive of a black woman who hasn't gone through certain tribulations. Not having gone through certain thinks the lie is about the color of his skin rather than the experiences. So like he can't even, he's not grasping the example. And that is part of communication, is making sure the other person understands that the way you said the thing. She made it up that she's black. Yeah. That's how he did it. I know that's not what he said, but it sounds funny. No, it is. He's okay.
Story isn't that, because you're saying
Her story
you're
is
saying, well, her story isn't that she's black.
her story isn't that she's black.
She's making up the story
She's making up the story that she's black.
that she's black in order to.
So he's like, hold on, hey, Sonny, no. She is black. He's like, no. My example is that she is black, though. Like, hold on. Come along with me. Let me explain. She is black. Okay.
Black.
Right, but she's emphasizing the fact that she's black when in her life that isn't a point of emphasis. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is what he's saying, and I find it very fascinating that you had to have that explained to you. It's not that, oh, you're dumb. It's you're so programmed that you couldn't even follow that hypothetical example. Your brain just went a certain way, and I love that. I love that it did that. And that's so cool. Brains are cool, man. Okay. Look at all the butts over here. She's but she. But she's emphasizing. Again, I'm a hypocrite. I speak exactly the way this guy speaks. Emphasizing the fact that she's black when in her life that isn't a point of emphasis. That's what you're saying. That's what he meant. That's what he meant. It's always compassionate progressives who assume black people are incompetent or incapable of success without help from white people. That is so true. Oh, I'm going to put this here. Benjamin. They're compassionate progressives who assume black people are incompetent or incapable. Patrick, the topping is for you of success. It's more of a clacky clack for me. Or clinker clack. Clickety clack. I like it. Okay. There we go. Continue. I couldn't fathom that he's this. Look, I think he's just not thinking.
And who gets to determine that? Clarence over here, who did go through those struggles that you're talking about.
Also, who decides, like, what if you went through those struggles? You were in a particularly, you were a white kid in a black neighborhood, and people hated you because you were white. Is that a valid form of like, who decides that your struggles were good enough for college? So I like this. Who gets to determine that? Who gets to determine? Look, he focuses on the truth of it, but I'm focusing on the nebulousness of it. The fact that we don't, how are we going to value like experiences when we are trying to get your intelligence? Isn't that what we're trying? Am I actually too charitable towards other people when it comes to intelligence? No, I think you're just right. Or what are you saying? That too charitable that they could come up with the answers? No, maybe I'm too charitable.
But
Okay.
who gets to judge the difference? Because that's a subjective measurement. Who's going to be the same?
That's what I mean. That's nebulous. It's a subjective measurement. Clarence over here, like, who gets to determine that? So I'm going to put that over here. And then he expands on that. So I'm going to give him some room to cook over here. Clarence over here, talking about that, but because that's a subjective measurement. Okay. Who's going to be saying, sorry, Sarah? Like, also, like, there's going to be people like, well, you ain't black. You ain't black enough. And black people have experienced that. Black conservatives experience that all the time. We will talk about NTK. I don't know what that is. Because that's a subjective measurement. Who's going to be saying, sorry, Sarah, you're emphasizing your story when it shouldn't be emphasized. And this is where the law comes. Okay. Gordon's broken the door.
Sorry, Sarah, you're emphasizing your story when it shouldn't be emphasized. And this is where the law comes down. Because somebody has to make that decision. This has implications on actual financial decisions and who gets to go to a college, and implications on what their life looks like moving on, which is why the Supreme Court has to come down on a ruling on this.
Well, they did. I mean, they said that you can't consider it.
Okay, and they did. They said you can't consider it. You can't consider it. So I mean, so then we bring back to the. We bring back to the. We're going in a circle now. This is another. We're circling. Okay, here we go.
Right. So I mean, it. But the flip side of that is, you know, how many stories? Because if you're looking at people, you're saying I want to have a campus that has, instead of saying I want to have, 70 students that all got perfect scores on their SATs, and I want to have 25 students that all show an aptitude for math, and I want to have 25 black students, and I want to have 25 students who, we're
That's what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't.
Exactly. It's incredible. You know what? It just shows how pervasive this virus is, because he's not even realizing what he's saying. He doesn't realize that fundamentally at the bottom level of doing quotas, that is the problem. He goes, yes, that's what I wouldn't say. I want 25 black students. I wouldn't say I want 25 whatever students. That's what he's saying. Counterpoint. Mm-hmm.
Say I want 25 black students. I wouldn't say I want 25 Asian students.
right, but at the same time.
Well, right, but at the same time, well, hold on, we can't have at the same time. So, right, but at the same time, you're also, when you do any kind of quantifying, you're taking people's side out of their story. So here we go, item. We're going back to the scores, and the scores are a problem.
You're also, when you do any kind of quantifying, you're taking people outside of their story, outside of the story of who they really are. So if Sarah comes in and she tells
look, I can be the greatest, most exciting person, but I could be absolutely shit at math. What do we do with me? What I can have the most amazing story. Are you telling me who? I just realized something. Okay, this is like my third time through this conversation, and I've just realized this guy is saying we should choose the king based on his story. And who has a better story? than brand the broken. I can't. I'm kind of like, huh? I didn't realize how irritated this was going to make me. I didn't, the reason we've gone so late with this is because I have not shut up. The ranting that I've gone, I did not realize that I would rant this much. But that's why, because this man is saying, who better than brand the broken? That's what he's saying. And I'm shooketh because that pissed me off. Okay, because I'm just thinking we need competence, though. We need competence. So we need to figure that out. We cannot make them equal, as Artemis said. We can't make the test score not Mackin. Did I miss a good rant? Yes, you did. I don't know if it was good. It was just a rant. It was basically, okay, well, Dorcas maybe agrees. I don't know. But I basically am saying, what this man is saying is he's doing the same argument that we got at the end of Game of Thrones, the show, where who better than Bran the Broken will be king? Because he had the best story. That is it. Yeah, I just redid it for you because I'm just trying to, I'm replaying it and it's still making me lose my shit. Okay, so we're there. That's where we're at. And I must say I was a lot calmer before. Maybe it's because I've just been sitting with this and I've had him just at me. Bran didn't even have the best story of the people. That is true. Hello. Okay, so
a disingenuous story about how her racial background impacted her life. You can't forget that same rule of looking for, individuals to be at the school would then apply to everybody who was applying, and it
would apply to everybody that's applying. So it's equality of opportunity then, because everybody has to write a genuine. Everybody has to write a good story. Let's break this up. I'm sorry. I'm sick of putting these chunks into my diagram because it's basically just moving the transcript around. It's not valuable. Okay, so let's do this. Well, right, but at the same time, let's do this together. At the same time. You're also when you do any kind of quantifying. So let's take that all out. When you do any kind of quantifying, you're taking people outside of their story. Outside of their story of who they are really are. Let's just say of who they really are. Whoopsie. Okay. So if Sarah, so then I think we can break this off. We can say, yeah, Sarah comes in and she tells the disingenuous stories about how her racial background impacted her life. You can't forget that same rule of looking for, individuals. That would then apply to everybody. He's saying, no, he didn't finish this thought. I don't think he finished this thought. Let's go back here. Did he finish this?
It's an ingenuous story about how her racial background impacted her life. You can't forget that same rule of looking for, individuals to be at the school would then apply to everybody.
Okay, I think he's just saying it applies because the rule would apply to everybody. That's fine. I think he's saying that because. Oh, Daisy, you're going after my cursor. That's, yeah, I'm seeing this. Look, individuals to be at the school would then apply to everybody. Okay. So if it tells a disingenuous story, doesn't matter because rule is the same for everyone. Okay, looking for individuals to be at the school would then apply to everybody who was applying, and it would stop being quantifiable metric. Okay, that's a problem.
Who was applying, and it would stop being a quantifiable metric. And
that's a problem. Aren't metrics supposed to be quantifiable? Sorry, Daisy, I'm yelling at you. It would stop being a quantifiable metric. Are you trying to say it would stop being an influential metric? I think of somebody telling a story where they say, hey, there's someone who's always just been like really good at school. Let's say you got somebody who's like excellent student that's really, their story really, okay, so here's an example. Okay, so we're going to, I'm going to run away from this transcript actually. I'm going to have to just live. I can't with the word vomit here. Okay. This is the third time I'm changing my format in this stream. Welcome to the chaos.
I think
somebody said a really nice comment. They said my channel is an island of sense in a crazy world, and I'm just like, I really love that comment. I really do, but I'm also so chaotic that person's probably going to be disappointed.
I think it comes through. Like, I think if somebody is telling a bullshit story where they say, hey, I'm there's someone who's always just been like really good at school. Let's say you got somebody who's like excellent student, and that's really their story. Like, really the truth is like, I love school. But then she's like, oh man, like I'm afraid I won't get in by saying I love school. So I'm going to tell a story where like, it's a big deal that I'm Black. Like, I think that if you tell a disingenuous story, then the admissions officers who are going to be reading thousands of these essays are going to detect that. Okay. Because they're going to be looking more.
Okay, so disingenuous stories don't matter. Love school. Did really well. But will emphasize race to get in. Example. I'll put that in here actually. So what I've noticed here, the outcome is of this format changes when there are huge chunks of text. Okay, when there are huge, long ass, stuttery things, paraphrasing is much better. Okay, even being able to take all of the stuff. Ooh, come back, internet. Come on, come back. That's it. Being able to take all of this stuff and just put it in place on the diagram isn't enough. It needs to be broken down into its parts, because people are, when they're verbalizing things, they say things out of structure. I'm definitely guilty of that. So what we're trying to do is sift through stuff. Yeah, we're trying to make sense of it. Hi, Rosales, got in late. Oh, I missed. It's fine. It's okay. Thanks for coming by. I was going to say I'm going to end off with the kazoo music, but I'm not finished yet. I'm way off finishing. So yeah, the point is he's saying that it really doesn't matter because people Doesn't matter because the rule applies to everyone. Rule applies to everyone. Also, admissions will find the bullshit. We'll have bullshit radar detector. Sorry, detector. And look and be looking for such cases. Okay, there we go.
At the essays. And so that's why I think like it's not a bad thing for
That's why I think it's not a bad thing. He actually puts on it's not. I think it, look, I think it's impractical. And I also do think that, geez, no matter how you work, it comes down to what somebody thinks of your story at the end of the day. One individual person reading, and that's always what Bloom, like when you are trying to get into your undergraduate, just to get your ass in the door, you can't be like, I understood that when I was trying to get into masters and honors, even honors, okay, postgraduate, you had to do extra work for your application. You had to write an essay. You also had to write an essay about something like about the subject that you were doing. You have to do that in order to get in. You have to do work in order to get in, not talk about yourself only. And that is for psychology. So I don't think this is, I would love to ask him, but how, let's get into the intricacies of exactly how much weight we place on these essays. How much can we really put on them? Because, yes. Anyway. It's not a bad thing, he says. Okay, cool.
You know, college admissions to be looking at more closely at people's essays and more closely at
for sure.
who people are.
I agree. I think the question is what determines what someone is.
That's what I'm saying. So, okay, great. So he says here, I agree. I think the question is what determines what someone is. I agree. The question is what determines what someone is. And for me, I'm like, I want you to demonstrate your competence, because university is about competence, not about feeling. Oh, Joyce, you girl. This lawyer is more slimy than I was expecting, though. Perhaps I simply expected him to be better at hiding it. Yeah, listen, the first few listens through, I wasn't this pissed off with him. But like, I don't want to be mean about him. It's just I'm just not understanding. I'm just not finding the understanding I want from him. So the question, let's see how he reacts to this. I think he's just not seeing. I don't know. Words. You see, imagine transcribing that. No.
Is it their story, what they've actually gone through, their experiences? How much of that is their race? That's my point, because I agree. It does come down to being able to judge the authenticity of who this person is through their experiences. How much of that has to do with race?
See, I disagree. I think it's really about what kind of a story.
So I think that is it. He actually, okay, that is, sorry, I'm just going to be frustrated with him. I'm just going to be frustrated that he is basically trying to say that just the story about how someone is what's going to get them into college. That's like PhD level stuff, where it comes down to the wire. Like, is this the kind of person that can go through a PhD kind of thing? I'm just not thinking about getting college admissions. There are resources, like, because then it's like, okay, you let people in, and then I suppose you filter them out through the first year. but the work is still done. I don't know. I'm just saying you either pay the admissions office or you pay your actual faculty. Yeah, he probably does way better in other situations, but I think just this context, he's trying to defend something that I don't think he actually even has thought too much about. I agree that this question, what determines someone is the story, what they've gone through. So I'm going to just put examples. Story, what they've gone through. Experiences. Like I'm just trying to. No, I think we've missed the mark here. One of the questions needs to be, no. What is university about? What's the purpose of university education? And if we talk about the purpose of university education, can we then also talk about, okay, so if we have a purpose for what we're doing with this institution, how do we decide who is part of this institution? And yeah, I know we can't just be a test score. I understand that. But at the same time, how do we gauge this guy? I would know. I've run programs like that. There are programs designed to help students that aren't doing as well academically who want to go to college. Going through programs like that can help people with worse scores catch up. That's what I'm saying. Like, you need to. I understand that. I understand the need to move the people that are actually capable. They've just struggled up until then. Because if you look at a lot of people that I know a lot of people that they struggled in school, but once they got to university, they freaking soared. They did amazingly. And if they weren't given that chance, I understand. But they literally were just given like the barest minimum chance, and then they had to prove themselves. They would have been kicked out if they did not eventually prove themselves. This map needs a review. Do it online. And yeah, I think I will be doing that. Daisy, I do need you to sit down because I can't see you. I can't see the screen. What they've gone experiences, cool. Well, the conversation itself has. I need to denote some that don't keep a video meme. I will do what video meme. What? Nah? Huh? Okay, come on. We got to finish it.
Storyteller is this person, where the main character in the story is them. But I think that's
very
excellent.
fluffy.
Couldn't anyone isn't that mean just how good Sarah is it?
Yeah, exactly. So he goes, oh, I think that's ancillary. I'm taking the examples out that's stupid. And I say stupid as in it's not necessary. I agree the question is what determines, and then I agree, does it come down to being able to judge the authenticity of who this person is through their experiences? How much that has to do with race? How much of that is their race? That's a good question. How much of that is their race? On Discord, it's a good meme. I will totally go and get it once I've earned it. Now see, I disagree. I think it's really what kind of storyteller this person is. I don't think that. I think I categorically disagree, because maybe for a drama degree we want a good storyteller, but I don't want a good storyteller in the medical doctor degree. I want somebody who can study and know the stuff. That just doesn't that mean that how good is Sarah at telling a story? That is exactly the point to me. It just means you can write a good essay, and then there are people that are not good at writing stories that are brilliant with the numbers and things. So I'm just like, hey, Lawyer Slimy, double D wizards everywhere, shocked. Okay, so let's go.
Making up a story then?
Isn't that what your life is?
Oh, okay. This is bad. I forgot this. Isn't that what your life is? Your life is a story you tells you. The life is a story. Life is a story that you make up about yourself. That's not a good enough argument to me. I'm sorry. That's not a good enough argument. I don't want that. I don't need sales techniques. Maybe in a set, you know what? If you're going to go and do sales or some sort of degree to do with sales, tell me a story. Life is a story that you make up about yourself. So this is where he stands. It's just, okay. So here we go. So here's some more fluff.
So it is about making up a story.
Life is,
So life is about a story you tell yourself, and then he goes, so it is about making up a story. I didn't. So it is. Lol. Look, I don't know if he's slimy. It's just that there's not much here. I would not call this man slimy. I'd just say it's just not good enough. Okay? It's just not good enough. It doesn't hold water for me.
is a story that you make up about yourself. Yeah.
It's not, you know what? It's not giving me good vibes, the story that he's telling me.
Life is an accident of birth. And from that accident, you make up a story starring you. And it's just a question of what kind of story are you going to tell? And I think as a college admissions officer, you probably have a pretty good bullshit detector for when people are not telling a really true story or when they're not a good writer. Because here's the thing. If Sarah can write a mean fucking essay that tells the story about her, even if it's disingenuous bullshit, well, I mean, there's a lot of disingenuous people out there who end up doing that.
Okay, so he says, oh, actually lying good. Okay, so he says, no. Okay, so life story maker. So it is about telling a story. Also, disingenuous people can make a difference, a big difference. So even their success is good. Basically, what he's saying, most harsh things are bad, but is this even an argument? I mean, it would have to be connected to that he's pushing for it to be part of the argument. Yeah, I don't feel like that's exactly, Vincent, I agree. That's kind of what's happened here in this last bit of this conversation. It's gotten very much, let's go back. Let's check it out. Let's see what's happened here. I don't think, there are some good points that I'll go through, okay? I'll let it play, and then there are points that I'll go through that I'll want to put somewhere in the diagram, right? In terms of what underlies all of the statistics. Actually, all of the complexity that actually underlies the statistics can come down to things like this. But yeah, this whole thing over here is just a very nebulous discussion eventually. So let's see where it went. Okay, we were doing good. Okay, we were talking about why do you think it's the diversity is most important. Like, why do you think that they would conceal that data? Is that bad? Look, we've noticed this might be more complicated and factors to all of it that is not just the same students in the same town. So that was about the data, right? Okay. Then he goes back to this idea that if the Supreme Court is saying you can't make a distinction there, I think this is it. This is where it goes off. Okay. It's not actually, it's a kind of like it's a fragment. It's a fragmented discussion. So let's move you over here. You and all your friends come along. Not sure, sorry. Not you. You. Where is it? Where is it? When the Supreme Court, there, this is it. But if the Supreme Court, all of you, you come along, I move you. Oh, fuck off. Well, will move along there. You move to here. Woo! No. You go here. I want you here. There. There we go. So this whole branch over here is about the value of a story in college admissions. And basically, we get to the conclusion from Lawyer Man that if you tell a good enough story, you should be let in. And I think the crux of that, the argument comes to, hold on, it can't be all of that. We haven't gotten to the bottom of this. This is it. This I think this is why initially I did not I was leaning towards doing the Elon Musk one, because the conclusion of the Elon Musk discussion to me was, look, this person doesn't actually know why they feel the way they feel. This over here is someone literally just holding a belief that's just very nebulous and is very comfortable with it. My partner told a good enough story in her application to an Ivy League, but they still chose somebody based on race over her. Well, you see, her story was not focused enough on race, or she was the wrong race, you see. Oh, okay. Yeah. But your story, that's it. That is also, there is none of that argument happening here. It's all about, so it seems like Warren is attacking the idea of, wait a second, so you just have to tell a good enough story and you get in. It's like, because now that's what he's saying. If the Supreme Court, basically, we can get, because the Supreme Court is allowing us to put it in your story about who you are. So it's not, we don't have race on our form that we say the race, but you can talk about it in your essay. That still makes it something you can do. Whoa. I stand by random selection for admissions. Well, that's an interesting twist when you say it laid out all out. Yeah, it is. It's just this Supreme Court is saying you can't make a distinction. You can't put a thumb on the scale based on race. Then all you're allowed to use is basically, goes back to the whole thing where Item was like, yes, you use the test scores. And what's that going to mean for the, so we know that the test scores are going to lead to a racial discrepancy. So we need to basically over here, the feedback from here is we need to focus on stories. So we need to focus on stories. And then he says, well, yeah, but is your story your story has to be about your race? He's like, oh, no, not just as your race. But then he goes into this whole discussion about the story and who gets it. We don't get answers to these questions. We don't get answers to who gets to determine that. We don't get that answer. Just, oh, well, college admissions, they'll do it. Also inviting the Supreme Court to say you can't do that stuff in your essay. Glad that we're at a point where the university is provoking more oversight instead of just not using race as a factor. Yeah. Don't we eventually have white people writing how every time DEI was used to put someone else above them to exclude in the choice? Yeah, eventually. You know what? That is so, I like that. That, you know what, that is more of an interest. Let's bring it to the logical conclusion. where it's like his thing is, oh well, disingenuous people can come through, it's fine. But it's like, no. This goes back all the way down to here. This commentary, I'm gonna put this over there instead. This one here. Here, this. Would reparations ever be like, if we take it all the way to the conclusion, what do we do? Okay, so our solutions need to make things better. They can't just bring us back to where we were before. And then the logical conclusion of this, I'm gonna actually wait, sorry, I lied. The logical conclusion is here. Eventually, don't we eventually have white people writing how every time, sorry, I can't copy paste. Was used to put someone else above them. This does go back to the Supreme Court saying you can't go on with this forever. This is why you can't continue this kind of thing forever. There is discrimination that has to occur in terms of competence. That is what you need. You need to have certain competence. Meritocracy still has to exist. I'm sorry. And you cannot turn emotional experiences into merit when it comes to academics. Principals unpaid, so has to remove the court from the case. It says you can't do this in perpetuity. Where is it? Yeah, this can't be done in perpetuity. In perpetuity, we would just have more discrimination. Wow, it's almost as if discrimination leads to discrimination. I can't even. The random selection machine would allow for stories to factor into admissions, but the stories couldn't just be admitted on the basis of race. And once somebody had a good enough story, random picks. But I mean, what is the story? What are the stories we're looking for college? Ew, 6 minutes behind, but we want lies who write well. That's debate brain. Yeah. This is weird story admission thing seems to be a way to let the university justify racism and nothing more. Imagine a student writes an essay about the discrimination they face as a white person and then sues for the discrimination when they get rejected as the only race-focused essay that has got rejected. That'd be a kid ready for college. Yeah. I don't know. The same school let in a white circus performer. They're just suckers for a certain biased combo. That's weird. The schools determine that. They just don't get to pick and choose based on race-based stories. Okay, I guess they just decide what kind of students they want. Do they want quirky people to come here? That's a big job. I guess that's why they don't do that in South Africa until later on. They're like, fine, undergrads, just come on in. Fine, whatever. Fill up the parking lot. Yeah, okay, cool. Are you guys done? Okay, cool. Then second year, smaller, third year, smaller groups. And then, I guess they can determine that, but I'm just blown away. Like, I think the scores should be way more important. Maybe the story is more important when you're doing a BA. That's what I'm saying, like a Bachelor of Arts. Yeah, maybe tell me a story, because that's the kind of person you need. But I don't know about my chemical engineer needing to write a cool story to be in varsity. That's stupid. There's no good argument unless you're playing random selection. So how common is random selection? Is it a thing anymore ever? Or is that just like a theory that people want? Okay, so look, where are we? I'll finish mapping this, but he's going to just talk about, listen to what he goes.
Amazing things, because they're able to craft a narrative and to, you know, that book, The Secret? You ever read that book?
I've heard about it.
This is a good point. The one thing here is that this is a good point. He talks about The Secret, which to me actually underlies this idea of how absolutely complex humans are. Okay? Every tiny little decision leads to something bigger because of incrementalism. Okay? So, yeah, let's let them talk about The Secret.
Well, it comes down to a Christian idea.
I haven't read that.
You know, where two of you are gathered in my name, there I will be. You know, the idea that you can pray yourself or believe yourself into a set of circumstances that you want to be in. And, you know, I don't know about that. I mean, I do think it's sort of a secret or a mystery. I think there's something to that. You know, I definitely think that when we start telling stories about ourselves, you know, oftentimes we'll believe the stories.
It's the same thing as like having a goal. Some people say that's praying when you believe.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this here. It comes down to, I'm just going to actually put the transcript where it's the diagram again. And then just single out actual bits of outside of the fluff. It's the same as having a goal. This is the, I think, one of the last really good points, and of course it comes from Warren, is yes, it's almost as if when you have a goal or something, there's little small actions that bring you towards that goal, and that would bring you all the way towards achieving college admission. But he's now saying, yeah, if you believe it, you can achieve it. It's like, yeah, but hold on. You can't tell it. You have to tell yourself a success story. You can't so self-delusional. Fake it until you make it. Yeah, that's not good enough. I don't think that's a proper interpretation of that. But it works. What? The stories? Oh, the secret, you mean? Manifestation. But it's because, and this is the way he speaks, the way he explains it. Yeah, it's the same thing.
God exists, then at night you think about, what do I want to have a plea, and you're asking him for that.
And
then
that thoughts becoming
manifests.
beliefs. Yeah, exactly. It's thoughts becoming beliefs that then, and you know, they always say manifested. It's actually, yes, it becomes manifest in your actions. You have this underlying thing that motivates you, that brings you forward. And yes, it does. It brings you, your thoughts become beliefs. And that moves you forward. It gives you power. So what he is talking about here is, well, that's for some people, that's God. And for other people, it's just this secular idea.
Self in your actions the following day as you're trying to pursue that.
Did you see what you mean?
Takes you in that direction. Who knows how much of that, you know, there is something to setting our sight on something.
Yeah, there's something to that.
There's something to that. And what? Telling the story to college admissions is the secret, I suppose. If you tell the college admissions people that you've done, maybe if, yeah, okay, so if you just fake it till you make it, it is fake it till you make it, Vincent. So it's like you fake it to the varsity, the university, and then you make it when you are admitted in. Set yourself on something. Yeah, there's something to that. And then he talks about Dave Chappelle. I'm just going to go Dave Chappelle's story. Okay.
And so, do you see that Dave Chappelle special, the recent Dave Chappelle special?
Yeah.
I thought he talked about that very nicely there about.
Where, remind me what part. is.
At the end of it, he talks about how
The Russians.
you know, he began his career in comedy telling a story
That's
about
right.
about how he was like
The Russians.
gonna be some
Yeah, and the Russians bring him into the. I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Yeah, he's a great storyteller.
Yeah. He said, well, it's your story. He's, you know, he's sort of saying, hey, like, you got to tell some stories about yourself. So, you know, I mean, if you want to tell a story, but like,
I guess my just, this.
There we go. He brings it back. Thank you, Lord. So he does the Dave Chappelle side thing, and then here we go. He's just like, let's bring it back. Okay. He brings it back to this stuff over here that we were talking about earlier. Okay. Brings it back. We knew we had to hold on for this. I knew we had to hold on for this.
This is what I'm struggling with, because my understanding of racism is that it's always been treating someone differently based off the color of their skin.
mm-hmm.
That's what racism. That's what I'm like.
Okay. Awesome to wrap it up. He's trying to wrap it up. I'll just end it with final question, because my understanding of racism is that it's always been treating someone differently based off the color of their skin. Okay. I'm actually going to put no, it's fine. The secret is actually a tangent, so let's put you over here. Oh, just put you in. Okay. Oopsie. Just the skin. Okay. And give me a circle. Oval, whatever. Okay, it's just decided that color. Thank you for all the equivocating, but isn't it racism? Is racism still bad? Yeah, I think it's still bad. Let's see.
My understanding is it seems to have been changed a bit, and it's taken a different. So applying that definition, if you're treating people differently based on the color of their skin, is racist. Why is the Supreme Court wrong to say, no, you can't treat people differently based on the color of their skin?
Yeah, why is the Supreme Court wrong? If that's wrong, if racism is wrong, why is the Supreme Court wrong for saying don't do a racism? That's a question.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't.
Future lives of college.
I don't know that they are wrong. I mean, I think that.
Okay, so there we go. I think. Okay. He doesn't. So why? Okay, he's a lawyer. He's being a devil's advocate the whole time, I suppose. That's what we were fooled. Let's see where it goes.
They're probably right about that. You know that.
Boys and girls.
That you know, it's probably past its time.
What did we just spend this whole conversation for? But you know what? Good. No, you know what? Admits. Okay? Admits that the admissions is silly.
But at the same time, there are.
Oh. No, not at the same time. You can't hold it together in you. No.
Still these tensions, you know, I mean, and.
Yes.
We don't know what the reason is for the statistical discrepancy, but we know.
So we need to figure that out and maybe go and fix it over there.
Know that it exists. I mean.
Oh, but we know that it exists. Well, if it were up to you, we wouldn't know that it exists, sir. If it was up to you, we wouldn't know, because maybe the racists will take that. So he did say, I don't know that they are wrong. They're probably right about that, you know, it's probably past its time. So there is a concession of note, but sit. Okay. At the same time, which is, no, not at the same time. I don't feel like at the same time. That doesn't work. I just tagged myself. Yes, yes, you did. Okay, my cognitive is dissonancing. Exactly. You know what? I'm going to do that. Nico, there's the commentary. Daisy is covering my entire laptop. It's going to fry. My cognitive is dissonancing. Yeah, I think he's very conflicted with this. He wants to say the right things, but they don't logically make sense. So he has to hold them both at the same time.
And
We gotta figure it out. I want to look into that. It's because you said that it vanished, and then you're like, oh, it might be wrong.
Yes, please do look into that. Look into the data. Look, they're making nice.
well, I mean so I mean I think there's a big difference if you're comparing these students who grew up in Concord
I see what you mean. So yeah,
with very invested parents, you know, and then
that would be remarkable. That would be I would be shocked by that. If there was literally no socioeconomic differences, Concord students, just the color of their skin, and suddenly they're getting, I would question that data.
Exactly, and that's what we want. Oopsie. Whoops. Come on, there's too many whoopses over here. Okay.
I was blown away by that data. But then I remembered that I mean, this is going to sound bad, but like autism.
This is going to sound bad. This is very bad, actually, the way that this is phrased. Wait for it, boys and girls. Wait for it. I mean, it's just because, and you know what? It's because I've also been infected by the woke mind virus, and I went, oh, you can't say that. When actually, no, oh God, he's just saying not smart. He's not using. So listen, listen to us.
Is a special needs diagnosis, but being autistic doesn't mean being stupid.
Right.
Sometimes a lot of
Literally, he said a good thing. Being autistic doesn't mean being stupid. He said a good thing, and I went, can he say that? Because I am infected. I'm infected too. I have it in me. So a lot of smart people are autistic, yes. But those are still people that are very much going through some sort of they're going through other struggles. So but now we're not going to talk about them because we don't know their story yet. See, I've already got the words in I know, high functioning. Not smart. Okay.
really smart people.
Students are autistic.
Right. So if you're lumping them in the special needs category, you bring in a ringer, you know, who's gonna.
So that's another question. That is another question for the data. Another question. Regarding the data. He understood the data. Sorry, the data he wanted was okay with hiding.
Really upset the apple cart as far as the scores are concerned.
We'll have to look into that deeper. Thank you so much. This was awesome.
Wow, a lot of fun. Thanks, Morris.
Very insightful.
Okay, so it was a very insightful. Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad the conversation happened. As much as I was very disparaging, I was just frustrated with the arguments that were presented to me. That's what I was. That's it. He did at the end of it come to agree that the Supreme Court was probably right about it. And that data, they went back to they had a good conversation, went off into the weeds a couple times, and really bad arguments were presented. So, yeah. I'm going to stop there. I think Kthxbai is correct. A sort of review, a sort of a shorter video of like 10 minutes or something, just going over the conversation, would be a good thing to do, especially for people that aren't used to long ass live streams. But they did give me a chance and subscribe, so I really appreciate that. Oh yes, we have to go to the meme. So just hold on. We are getting the memes out. Mm-hmm. Meme. What? What? Okay, what is this? That is so sweet. Okay, look here. Let's do this. It's such a great meme. Okay, just hold on. Yeah. Nico's the best, guys. Nico is amazing. Wait, I don't know if this is gonna, will it share my audio? I hope it does. Please tell me you can hear. Please tell me you guys could hear it. Oh, you can't hear? Okay, let me alter it. And I'll also put my whole ass face off the screen. So just hold on. Share system audio. Okay, and add to stage and then put a solo layout. Okay, here we go. No, please stop sharing like a moron. Sorry, guys. Join the Discord, people. Yes, for more memes from Nico. Although we do have, basically, I think I'm going to actually give Smug Waffles just his own channel for Twitter things, because he just puts a lot of Twitter stuff there. So anyway, here we go. Also that last thing, yeah. Still can't hear, for fuck's sake. I'm still busy enjoying this. Just hold on. System audio. Okay. Now it should play. Okay. Last time, professional streamer. Play it again. I'm at 1,000 subscribers, everybody. Thank you very, very much for sticking around. And we'll stay it. Okay, listen, even if they disappear in the next few days, it's fine, okay? We were at 1,000. Okay. Look at my sub count. There you go. Nico is amazing. He always gives us great stuff. I must say. Pink dress unlocked. Well, yes, that is tomorrow. That's Thursday's stream. Dorcas, I think. Deranged Kitty. Yeah, that's a good screenshot to make. My fake smile. Oh my god. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you sticking around. Berkeley, you were here. You're new and you were here the whole time. Well, most of the time. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys for interacting in chat. Like you did. Do we all have to wear pink? You know what, Noble? We all have to wear pink dresses. You are right. Everybody, on Thursday, we are all wearing pink dresses. Made 1,000 with DEI help. Imagine that. Well, I am a woman and yeah, an African. So I don't know. Thanks. This was fun. Well, I hope we can continue to have fun going forward. Yes, as I said, there will be some commentary that I will have to make about this. What's the name? Yeah, about this conversation, because it actually did get derailed. It derailed me. Yeah. So the bias selection we will say, yeah. So these two I think would be a good discussion. They need to have a discussion diagram. I'm willing to moderate the discussion. Bias without information is more likely to fail than random selection, like investors losing chance. Okay, I will go and review your chat messages later, but it is time for bed. And yeah, it would be cool if you guys have a discussion. That would be cool. And also, yeah, I guess at some point, I don't know. I've got 1,000 subscribers now. Maybe Warren will come on the show. Great work. Thanks, Instance. Thanks for coming along. And yeah, look out for the summary video. I'll just record it quickly in the morning and just out there, you know, as a little thing. Have a nice life. And if you have not subscribed yet,
go and subscribe, you shit. Go and subscribe, you shit.
Okay, thanks. Bye.